Szanowni Państwo, już za niecałe 14 minut startujemy nasz pierwszy kongres umiędzynarodowiania. Zapraszamy serdecznie.
Szanowni Państwo, witamy Państwa na pierwszym Kongresie Umiędzynarodowienia poświęconym internacjonalizacji szkolnictwa wyższego.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Congress of Internationalization dedicated to higher education.
Konferencja organizowana jest przez Narodową Agencję Wymiany Akademickiej, Gdański Uniwersytet Medyczny oraz Internationalization Congress.
The conference is held by the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, the Medical University of Gdańsk, and the International Relations Offices Forum.
Witamy Państwa zgromadzonych w audytorium imienia Kieturakisa w murach Gdańskiego Uniwersytetu Medycznego oraz osoby oglądające nas na żywo dzięki transmisji online.
We welcome you to the Kieturakis Auditorium within the walls of the Medical University of Gdańsk and those watching us live via online streaming.
Będziemy wdzięczni za wyciszenie telefonów komórkowych w trakcie trwania obrad kongresu.
We kindly ask you to turn on mute mode in your electronic devices.
Ja nazywam się Justyna Stanisławska i razem z moim kolegą Piotrem Serafinem mam zaszczyt poprowadzić dzisiejsze wydarzenie. Oboje pracujemy w Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej, Piotr w Biurze Programów dla Naukowców, a ja w Biurze Komunikacji i Promocji.
My name is Piotr Serafin, and together with my colleague Justyna Stanisławska, I will have the honor of hosting today's event. We work at NAWA on a daily basis, Justyna in the Department of Communication and Promotion, and I in the Department of Programs for Scientists.
Dzisiejsze wydarzenie swoim honorowym patronatem objęli
Today's event is under the honorary patronage of
minister nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego, pan Dariusz Wieczorek,
Minister of Science and Higher Education, Mr. Dariusz Wieczorek,
wojewoda pomorski, pani Beata Rutkiewicz, którą dziś reprezentuje dr Jerzy Karpiński, dyrektor Departamentu Zdrowia w Pomorskim Urzędzie Wojewódzkim.
Pomeranian Voivod, Mrs. Beata Rutkiewicz, who is represented today by Dr. Jerzy Karpiński, Director of Health Department in Pomeranian Voivodeship.
Marszałek województwa pomorskiego, pan Mieczysław Struk.
Marshal of the Pomeranian Voivodeship, Mr. Mieczysław Struk.
Oraz prezydent miasta Gdańska, pani Aleksandra Dulkiewicz.
And Mayor of Gdańsk, Mrs. Aleksandra Dulkiewicz.
Wydarzeniu patronują również
The event is also sponsored under the patronage of
przewodniczący Konferencji Rektorów Akademickich Szkół Polskich, profesor dr habilitowany inżynier Arkadiusz Mężyk.
Chairman of the Conference of Rectors of Academic Schools in Poland, profesor Arkadiusz Mężyk.
A także Związek Uczelni w Gdańsku imienia Daniela Fahrenheita, w którego skład obok uczelni gospodarza wchodzą Politechnika Gdańska oraz Uniwersytet Gdański.
As well as Union of Universities in Gdańsk, Daniel Fahrenheit, which apart from the host university includes Gdańsk University of Technology and the University of Gdańsk.
Dziękujemy naszym patronom medialnym, Dziennikowi Rzeczpospolita, Forum Akademickiemu, portalowi gdańsk.pl, a także gazecie GUMED.
We would like to thank our media patrons, the Rzeczpospolita Daily, the Academic Forum, the Gdańsk.pl portal and the Gazeta GUMED.
Polecamy Państwu korzystanie z tłumaczenia, które jest dostępne przez cały czas. Język polski na kanale pierwszym, język angielski na kanale drugim.
We recommend that you use the translation that is available at all times, Polish on channel number 1 and English on channel number 2.
Informacja o języku danego panelu znajduje się w programie kongresu.
You will also find information on the language of a given panel in the Congress program.
Pozwólcie Państwo, że specjalne podziękowania skierujemy do członków Komitetu Programowego pierwszego Kongresu Umiędzynarodowienia, którzy współtworzą jeden z podzespołów działających w ramach Zespołu Ekspertów do Spraw Strategii Umiędzynarodowienia.
Let us express our special thanks to the members of the Program Committee of the First Congress of Internationalization. They co-create one of the sub-teams operating within the expert team for internationalization strategy.
Ich nazwiska mogą Państwo przeczytać na wyświetlonej planszy.
Their names are displayed on the screen above us.
Drodzy Państwo, konferencję otworzą przemówienia organizatorów.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be opened by the organizers' speeches.
Jako pierwszego zapraszam na scenę jego magnificencję rektora Gdańskiego Uniwersytetu Medycznego, pana profesora doktora habilitowanego Marcina Gruchałę.
I would like to invite His Magnificence, Director of the Medical University of Gdańsk, Professor Marcin Gruchała, on stage first.
Szanowny Panie Ministrze, Dyrektorze,
Hello, Mr. Minister, Mr. Director, honorable guests. It is my pleasure to welcome you today
Medycznego
on the premises of the Gdańsk University of Medicine, Medical University of Gdańsk, here in the center of our main clinical hospital. We are a medical university,
jest naprawdę
therefore it is a huge honor for us to be able to host here the experts on internationalization of the Polish higher education system for the Polish science.
niezmiernie miło, że Gdańskiemu Uniwersytetowi Medycznemu powierzono
I'm very happy that the Gdańsk Medical University was endowed with the honor of holding this conference. The tradition of internationalization has had a long record here. We now run 4 faculties,
po angielsku, to jest kierunek lekarza,
programs in English, doctors, one for nurses,
dodatkowo kurs premed,
pharmacy, as well as pre-med course for
które myślą
those who consider
studiowania medycyny
taking up medical studies in English.
oraz szkołę doktorską.
We also have a doctoral school.
Prowadzono,
This
więc
school is run entirely in English, owing to which we are also trying to attract
jej mowy osoby z zagranicy.
foreign students to it,
Środowisko rzeczywiście było międzynarodowe.
so as to
Myślę,
make
że
this year ever more
naszych
internationalized.
Około 15% studentów
About
stanowią
15% of our students are English-speaking ones.
Zmienia też oblicze uczelni, zmienia oblicze
This is
świata.
a fact that changes the nature of the university and the environment around it. If you wish to purchase something in English here on the premises, you will find establishments where it is possible. For years, we have had English-speaking clients here, and we know that the internationalization is a multifaceted phenomenon. A moment ago, I talked to the ministry, Madam Director representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The visa-related issues are certainly challenging. On the one hand, the ministry takes a lot of care for us to be safe, and this is an important aspect. And we, on the other hand, try to facilitate the recruitment and admission of foreign students. That is why I'm very grateful that persons of such paramount importance to this endeavor, as Mr. Minister, Madam Director, Nava, are being represented here. It is a very important meeting, and I certainly hope that it will make it possible for us to find solutions to certain issues to discuss, contributing thus to the internationalization of our universities and programs. I hope that owing to that, the internationalization will become ever easier, more valuable, and will enable us to be full-fledged members of this huge universe of science that is universal, global in its nature. It is of tantamount importance for us to be part of it.
Środowiska nauki i edukacji wyższej.
We want to be an important part for this milieu, science and higher education. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. I wish you very fruitful debates and a nice day in Gdańsk.
Dziękujemy bardzo. A teraz proszę o zabranie głosu dyrektora Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej, doktora Dawida Kosteckiego.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask the director of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, Dr. Dawid Kostecki, to speak.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable ministers, magnificences, ambassadors, Excellencies, dear scientists and students, including foreign students, representatives of Polish research institutes, universities, promotion departments, administrative staff, professional staff, and above all, to all the advocates of internationalization. I would like to welcome you wholeheartedly and thank you for your presence. Right at the beginning, I would like to reveal a secret to you. Initially, we did not expect that the first Internationalization Congress in Gdańsk would attract so many participants and become so popular. If it was only possible, we would be hosting as many as 500 participants rather than 300 because the demand is that high. I would like to greet those who follow our debate online. We are making it possible, streaming this debate to enable its intersectoral nature. And I'm happy that it is NAVA that is the organizer, as internationalization is in the very DNA of the National Academic Exchange Agency. And when talking about NAVA, it is not possible to find a better place for NAVA to hold its events than Gdańsk. Gdańsk, a place where the word freedom is endowed with special significance, and the academic freedom is absolutely exceptional. It would not have been possible to draft this document if it had not been for the personal commitment of Minister Andrzej Szewtycki. Words of gratitude and a round of applause, very well deserved. Starting from January, owing to favorable attitudes of the ministry, we have been able to work within a team of experts for designing the strategy. We've been committed to implementing this task together with you because NAVA is for you. And we know that one of the key motives, leitmotifs of this document that we are working on is going to be scientific diplomacy. This is a topic that is very close to Mr. Minister himself, and I believe that NAVA, to a large extent, also embodies what is related with scientific diplomacy, and owing to the strategy, it will be able to do it ever more efficiently. Let's move on to internationalization. On the one hand, as Diana Johnstone, American writer, said, internationalization is a process that brings greater chances to the world for mutual understanding, cooperation, and peace. Focusing on internationalization as a notion, it appears that all too often we understand it differently. Despite most of the big experts in their fields, but we simply decide to focus on particular aspects of it depending on where we are. We talk about internationalization of science, we talk about scientific diplomacy, and many, many other aspects. So in order for us to be able to speak with one voice, we should find the right approach to internationalization. This is something that is stipulated by numerous strategies. In a moment, you'll have a chance to see that those of the countries that have their own strategies point at the fact that there are many different paths towards internationalization. It's very important for us, however, to speak in unison in a semantic symbiosis. It is important for us to have a clear idea of what we are aiming at. Internationalization is something different now than 20 years ago. We are witnessing a conflict of values. On the one hand, the leading value is the security of science, the security of intellectual property. On the other hand, we are also talking about the openness of higher education system in science, about the openness of science. In the geopolitical context, both the values have to be weighted accordingly. This comes as a challenge, particularly against the backdrop of the new notion that we will hear about from Dr. Rola Lambre, talking about intelligent or smart internationalization. In this case, we are talking about a different kind of approach than the one we used to have 20 years ago when we entered the European Union. It is a full-fledged national strategy. I'm talking about smart internationalization. In the first place, we need an alliance between researchers, practical milieux, and politicians in connection with key decision makers who act as national authorities. This is something that meetings like our meeting today facilitate. I believe that the alliance will bring together all those that within the first Internationalization Congress will take the floor within particular panels. The panels devoted to strategic partnerships, internationalization of doctoral schools, the strategy of nation in relation to foreign students, and taking care of a foreign student and foreign scientist and including them to the academic family. This is all ahead of us. Working on drafting the strategy, we already know that the conclusion will not satisfy all the stakeholders much as we would wish it to happen. Whatever we create, however, whatever we also share here, this intellectual exchange, this holistic approach, will make it possible to write it all down, and then when the right constitutional moment comes, we'll try to turn it into law. At this particular moment, I'd like to refer to the May holidays. Not so long ago, we celebrated the anniversary of signing of the Third May Constitution. I remember the Opus Magnum and whatever stems from it that we can use in our internationalization strategy. The constitutional same was supposed to meet once every 25 years. Of course, the strategic document needs to be updated with a greater frequency, once every 2 or 3 years, and evaluated for it to be a living document. And this is possible owing to the fact that we can build on the knowledge of our predecessors, of our ancestors. Of course, the mechanism also needs refreshing. I would like to thank the organizers, and I would like to extend the words of gratitude to His Magnificence Professor Marcin Gruchała, who agreed to host us here at the Center of Invasive Medicine, where in a particular way, science and helping the other human being come together. So practical application of science is here at the service of human being. I would like to thank Ms. Ewa Kiszka, who right from the very beginning has been the positive driving force of the IROS Forum as the head of the international cooperation at GUMET, but also is a person that is contagious in terms of her energy. She's a volcano of energy without whom no event could be organized. This is something that is worth emphasizing. So, dear Eva, thank you very much. Last but not least, let me express my gratitude and happiness. We are glad to have our guests from the UK, United States, Finland, Austria, Czechia, Slovakia, and other countries. Thank you very much for your presence. We are so happy to have you here in Gdańsk. I'm sure that your contribution and your valuable inspirations will be a source of inspiration also for our strategic document. Thank you for your cooperation with NAVA and with us. Without you, drafting such an important document would not be possible. Our discussions contribute to developing internationalization, opening up different perspectives, bringing us together to attaining our common goal. This is my wish for you and for myself. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Drodzy Państwo, Cieszymy się niezmiernie, że formuła i kształt naszego kongresu są efektem współpracy wielu osób, które na co dzień angażują się w działania na rzecz umiędzynarodowienia nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego w Polsce.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely pleased that the formula and shape of our Congress result from cooperation of many people who are engaged on a daily basis in activities for the internationalization of science and higher education in Poland.
Wśród organizatorów naszego wydarzenia nie mogło zabraknąć IROs Forum. Jest to sieć biur współpracy międzynarodowej uczelni z całej Polski.
Among the organizers of our event, we could not forget IROS Forum, a network of international cooperation offices of universities from all over Poland.
Zapraszam na scenę przewodniczącą IROS Forum, panią Ewę Kiszkę.
I would like to invite the chair of IROS Forum, Mrs. Eva Kiszka, to come on stage.
Niezwykle trudno jest zabrać głos. It's extremely hard to take the floor after such an really good and distinguished speakers.
Chciałam Państwu bardzo
But
serdecznie
I would love to welcome you very cordially on the first this kind of Congress of Internationalization in Poland. I am very proud and satisfied that IROS Forum is a co-organizer of this conference, and this conference takes place in our university.
co chciałam
And
przywitać
especially warmly, I would like to
kolegów z IROS,
welcome my colleagues from IROS Forum, but not only them, also other
w Polsce.
institution of international cooperation in Poland, because these are the people who every day with their hard work
Praca, życie,
not taking care of work-life balance, face challenges that internationalization takes.
Życzę Państwu
I wish you fruitful discussions, making relations that are the basis of good cooperation, and nice time in Gdańsk. Thank you very much.
My również dziękujemy. Jak podkreślał dyrektor NAWA dr Dawid Kostecki, pierwszy kongres umiędzynarodowienia wpisuje się w większy projekt agencji, który nosi nazwę Strategia Umiędzynarodowienia Polskiego Szkolnictwa Wyższego i Nauki i jest finansowany ze środków funduszy europejskich dla rozwoju społecznego.
Thank you very much. As emphasized by the director of NAVA, Dr. Dawid Kostecki, the first Congress of Internationalization is part of a larger project of the agency, which is called Strategy for the Internationalization of Polish Higher Education and Science, and is financed by the European Funds for Social Development.
Dlatego nie mogło zabraknąć podczas otwarcia dzisiejszego wydarzenia głosu Komisji Europejskiej, w której imieniu uczestników kongresu powita pani Urszula Romańska, zastępca dyrektora Wydziału do Spraw Polski, Czech i Słowacji w Dyrekcji Generalnej do Spraw Zatrudnienia, Spraw Społecznych i Włączenia Społecznego Komisji Europejskiej.
That is why the opening of today's event was not to be without the voice of the European Commission, on whose behalf Congress participants will be welcomed by Mrs. Urszula Romańska, Deputy Director of the Division for Poland, the Czech Republic and Slovakia in the Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission.
Pani dyrektor nie mogła być z nami dziś osobiście, ale przekazała nam nagranie powitalne, które już za chwilę zobaczymy i usłyszymy. Nagranie jest w języku polskim, dlatego gości z zagranicy zachęcamy do użycia słuchawek z tłumaczeniem.
The director could not be with us in person today, but she gave us a welcome speech, which we will hear in a moment. Since the recording is in Polish, guests from abroad are encouraged to use headphones with translation.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to the first Internationalization Congress organized as a part of the project founded by the European Social Fund Plus, the Internationalization Strategy for Polish Higher Education and Science. The higher education sector plays a key role in the creation of the European education area and the European research area. In 2020, Council recommendations on building bridges for effective European cooperation in higher education were adopted.
podkreślające konieczność
emphasizing
bliskiej
the
współpracy
need for higher
instytucji
education
szkolnictwa
institutions to
wyższego,
work closely
zwiększenia
together
mobilności
to increase
naukowców,
research and
przepływu
mobility,
wiedzy
knowledge
oraz
flows,
wzmacniania
and to strengthen
współpracy międzynarodowej.
transitional cooperation.
Współpraca transnarodowa jest
Transitional
kluczowa dla
cooperation
kształtowania
is key to
doskonałości
shaping the
naukowej,
scientific excellence of
różnorodności,
diversity,
atrakcyjności
attractiveness,
i
and
globalnej
global
konkurencyjności
competitiveness of European
europejskiego
higher
szkolnictwa
education
wyższego.
contributes to
Przyczynia się
addressing
do rozwiązywania problemów
Europe's
Europy
challenges
związanych
related to
z zmianą
climate
klimatu,
change, digital
transformacją cyfrową
transformation,
i
and
starzeniem się
population
społeczeństwa,
aging,
wyposażeniem
equipping
osób liczących
learners
się
with the
w
right
odpowiednie
skills
umiejętności i wiedzę,
and knowledge,
a
and
także
building
budowaniem
resilience and
odporności i
supporting
wspomagania
economic
ożywienia
recovery.
gospodarczego. Taka
Such
współpraca
cooperation
wspiera
also
również
promotes
otwartość i
openness and the
poszerzanie
broadening
koleżanek,
of
co z
horizons,
kolei
which in
promuje
turn
fundamentalne
promotes the
zasady Unii
European Union's
Europejskiej, jaką
fundamental
jest
principles of
równość i
equality and
przeciwdziałanie
the fight
wszelkiej
against
dyskryminacji.
discrimination of any kind.
30 kwietnia
30th April
zakończyliśmy
marked
Europejski
the
Rok
end of the
Równości,
European
ale
Year of
Europa,
Skills,
a
but
także
Europe
Polska,
and also
ciągle
Poland
potrzebuje
still
wysoko
need highly
wykwalifikowanych
qualified
pracowników.
workers, so the
Dlatego
member
państwa
states of the
członkowskie
European
Unii Europejskiej
Union have
wyznaczyły
set
sobie cel,
themselves the
aby
objective
do 2030
that by the year
co najmniej
2030, at least
45% osób w wieku
45
25-34
of
uzyskało
2534
kwalifikacje w ramach
years people
kształcenia
should
na poziomie
obtain a
wyższym.
qualification in higher education.
Umiędzynarodowienie nie może być celem
Internationalization
samym
cannot
sobie,
be an
ale
end in
jest, że
itself, but
państwa
I
dobrze
think
to
you are
wiedzą.
well aware
Dlatego
of this.
cieszę się,
So I am
że
pleased
Polska
that
postanowiła
Poland has
podejść w
decided to
sposób
take a
strategiczny
strategic
do
approach
obszaru
to the area
umiędzynarodowienia
of
edukacji wyższej i nauki,
internationalization, higher education and
wyznaczając
science,
priorytety
but
na
setting strategies,
strategiczne
priorities,
kierunki współpracy
and
międzynarodowej.
losses.
Istotne jest, aby
Directions for
opracowane
international
ramy
cooperation. It's
strategiczne
important that the
inkludowały
development strategic
szerokie
framework
grono
involve a
interesariuszy,
wide range of
przedstawicieli
stakeholders,
uczelni,
representatives of
instytutów naukowych,
universities,
pracodawców,
scientific
partnerów społecznych,
institutes,
aby wspólnie
employers,
wyznaczyć
social
sposoby
partners, in order to
umiędzynarodowienia polskich
jointly
uczelni.
determine ways of internationalizing
Umiędzynarodowienie
Polish
pozwala na podniesienie jakości
IHEIs.
kształcenia
Does not
studentów,
allow to
rozwój
create
kadry
the quality of
akademickiej oraz
students,
tworzenie
education,
wysokiej
development of
jakości
academic
badań.
staff, and
To
creation
także
of high
sposób
quality
na
research.
wzmacnianie
It
poczucia
is also a way
europejskiej
of strengthening the
tożsamości.
sense of
Cieszę
European
się, że
identity, and I am
Europejski
glad
Fundusz
the
Erasmus
European Social
przyczyni się
Plus
do
will
osiągnięcia tych
contribute to achieving these goals.
Życzę Państwu
I wish you
interesujących
interesting
obrad
deliberations
pierwszego
on the
Kongresu
first
Umiędzynarodowienia.
Internationalization Congress.
Mamy nadzieję, że Polska będzie miała swój duży wkład w osiągnięcie tego ambitnego celu Unii Europejskiej, aby do 2030 roku co najmniej 45% osób w wieku 25-34 lata uzyskało wyższe wykształcenie.
We hope that Poland will make a major contribution to achieving the ambitious goal of the European Union, so that by 2030, at least 45% of people aged 25 to 34 have obtained higher education.
Strategia umiędzynarodowienia, o której tutaj mówimy, jest tworzona pod auspicjami Ministerstwa Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego, które nadzoruje działania Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej i przy dużym zaangażowaniu pana ministra profesora Andrzeja Szeptyckiego, który w resorcie nauki odpowiada za sprawy międzynarodowe.
The internationalization strategy we are discussing here is being developed under the auspices of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, which oversees NAWA's activities, and with the strong involvement of Professor Andrzej Szeptycki, who is responsible for international affairs in the ministry.
Panie ministrze, prosimy o zabranie głosu.
Sir, the floor is yours.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
organizatorzy postawili przede mną
organizers
trudne zadanie.
gave me quite difficult
W programie jest
task
napisane,
because in program we have got
że
the lecture,
wykład ma trwać 5 minut,
but the lecture is going to last 5
co jest
minutes,
trochę zadaniem
which is
niewykonalnym.
quite
Jak
impossible to
Państwo wiecie, przynajmniej
realize.
ci, którzy pracują na
Because as you
uczelni,
know, at
często
least
90
those of
minut,
you
no
who
jak
work
zaczynamy mówić, to już
at the university, the lecture lasts about
trafimy na
90
każdy
minutes,
temat.
but when we
Ja
start
spróbuję trochę
talking, we
krócej.
can talk on any
Szanowni
subject.
Państwo,
I'll try to make it short.
umiędzynarodowienie
Ladies and
nauki i
gentlemen,
szkolnictwa wyższego
internationalization of higher education
to jest
is
konieczność.
a necessity.
Ze względu przede wszystkim na potrzebę
First of all,
optymalnego
because of the
wykorzystania
need
naszych zasobów,
of optimal
zgodnie z
application of our
podstawowymi
resources
zasadami
according to
klasycznej
basic
ekonomii. Jeżeli
regulation of
mamy
classic economy. If
dwoje lub
we
więcej
have
partnerów,
2 or more
to
partners,
warto się wymieniać
it's
swoimi
worth
zasobami, bo w
exchanging
ten
your
sposób
resources
osiągamy
because
lepsze
in
efekty.
this way we achieve
Ale nie
better
tylko.
effects. But not only
Umiędzynarodowienie
internationalization
nauki i
of
szkolnictwa wyższego
science and higher
to jest
education
również
is
miara
a measure of a success as well.
wyższych uczelni.
Success of
Jeżeli spojrzymy na najlepsze uczelnie na
universities.
świecie,
If we
to
have a look at
one
the best
są
universities in the world,
umiędzynarodowione.
they are
Myślę zarówno o uczelniach
internationalized.
o bardzo długich
I think of
tradycjach działalności,
universities with long tradition of their
tradycjach działalności
activities,
międzynarodowej również,
international
takich jak
activities,
niektóre
like
uczelnie brytyjskie
some
czy
of British
amerykańskie, ale
universities
również
or
w tych
American
krajach
universities, but
Europy
also I think
Zachodniej, które
about
później dołączyły
countries from Western Europe,
e,
which
tej
joined
współpracy międzynarodowej.
later this international
Uczelnie z Finlandii,
cooperation
z Holandii.
from Finland or Netherlands.
Umiędzynarodowienie to jest
Internationalization
również, o czym już tutaj
is
trochę dzisiaj była mowa,
also
pewien
kind of
instrument
instrument, a
budowania
tool
pozycji
of
międzynarodowej,
building international
danym
position of particular
państwu,
country,
budowania jego
building
soft
its
power.
soft power.
Wreszcie,
And
last but not
finally,
least,
last but not
i myślę,
least,
że
and
tutaj mogą się
I
pojawić
think that here
pewne wątpliwości, pewne rozbieżności.
some doubts may emerge.
Umiędzynarodowienie to jest
Internationalization
również
is
pewien rodzaj
also
działalności
a
gospodarczej,
kind of economic
o czym być
activity,
może w Europie
which
kontynentalnej
in
mówi
continental
się
Europe
nieco mniej otwarcie, ale
we
w
talk
krajach
a little bit
anglosaskich,
less openly, but in Anglo-Saxon
Stany Zjednoczone,
countries and
Australia, jest to
USA,
rzecz
Australia,
zupełnie normalna,
this
zupełnie
is
zrozumiała.
thing
Przyjmujemy
very
swoje
normal and understandable
pewnie
that
może
we
przynoszą pieniądze.
uh,
W tym
we
kontekście
receive
bardzo się
students from
cieszę,
abroad because they
że
bring
mogę
pounds.
powitać
And in this
Państwa
context,
na
I'm really
pierwszym
glad that
kongresie
I can welcome you at the first Internationalization
którego celem ma
Congress,
być
which aim is to
otwarcie
open
debaty
a
ze środowiskiem
debate
akademickim
with
na temat
academic
tego,
community
jak
on
nasza współpraca międzynarodowa
how our
wygląda i jak powinna być.
international cooperation looks like and how it should
Przekonaliśmy się
be.
również w ciągu ostatnich
We've
lat, również w
learned
Polsce,
among the
że ta
recent years,
współpraca
also in
ma
Poland, that
znaczenie
this
kluczowe.
cooperation
Na poziomie globalnym i na poziomie lokalnym to było widać
is
najlepiej w czasie
key
pandemii
on the local and
COVID-19,
global level
kiedy
during the pandemic of
relatywnie szybko udało
COVID-19
się
that
przygotować
we were
coraz
able
więcej
to
szczepionek.
prepare
Na
relatively
poziomie
fast, even more than one
Polski,
vaccination.
całego naszego
On the
regionu,
Polish level and our regional
widzimy
level,
znaczenie tej
we
współpracy,
see
chociażby w
the
kontekście
importance, the meaning of this
sytuacji
cooperation,
w krajach,
for
które
example,
sąsiadują z
in the
nami na
context
wschodniej
of
granicy.
cooperation with
Myślę
countries of Eastern countries.
na Białorusi,
I mean, the protests in
studentach,
Belarus
naukowcach,
and students,
czy
researchers
myślę
that
o wojnie
we
w
received
Ukrainie
from
i
there
naszej
or
pomocy
were in Ukraine and
naszego
our support
ukraińskiego
for our
sąsiada.
Ukrainian neighbor.
W tym kontekście,
And
jak
in this
powiedziałem,
context, as
po
I've
to, żeby
said,
skuteczniej
in order
rozwijać
to
tę współpracę, ale
develop
również
this cooperation more
skuteczniej budować
successfully and also to
pozycję,
build the
markę Polski
position, the Polish
na
brand more
tym
successfully in this
szkolnictwa
market,
wyższego,
in the market of high
w
education,
międzynarodowej współpracy
in
badawczej,
international
konieczna jest dyskusja
research
na temat
cooperation.
tego,
We need good
co i jak
discussion
powinniśmy
on
robić,
the topic
jak
what and
powinniśmy
how
działać
we
na
should
rzecz
act for
umiędzynarodowienia. I z
internationalization.
tego powodu
And because
rozpoczęliśmy
of
pracę
this,
nad
we've
pierwszą
started working
2015
on
roku
first since
krajową
2015
strategią
national
umiędzynarodowienia.
strategy of
Prace
internationalization.
nad nią są prowadzone pod
The works
auspicjami
are performed
Ministerstwa
under the
Nauki i
auspices
Szkolnictwa
of
Wyższego, natomiast na
Ministry of
poziomie operacyjnym
Science and High
prowadzi
Education, and on the
Narodowa
operational
Agencja
level
Wymiany Akademickiej, której
is
miejscu
by
chciałbym bardzo
NAVA, National Agency of
podziękować
Academic
za
Exchange.
jej
And here I would like to thank the organization for its
docelowo
activities.
dokument, który
And
chcemy
finally, the
przyjąć,
document that
będzie
we
miał
would like to
rangę dziedzinowej
accept is going to
strategii
have
rozwoju,
field
spójnej z krajową strategią
strategy of development together
ma być
with
on przyjęty
national
w finalnej
development
wersji
strategy.
przez Radę
It's going to be
Ministrów,
accepted by
co pozwoli
the
na jego
ministry, which
skuteczną
is going to
realizację
allow
z
its
udziałem wszystkich
successful realization
interesariuszy.
with the membership of all
Bardzo ważne
stakeholders.
jest to
It's very
ostatnie sformułowanie
important this
wszystkich
final phrase
interesariuszy,
for
dlatego
all
że
stakeholders,
ta
because
tematyka, i to już
the
wybrzmiało w
topic,
poprzednich wystąpieniach,
which was said also in the
jest
previous speeches,
tematyką bez
is
wątpienia
the
złożoną.
topic, very
Samo
complex
szkolnictwo
topic.
wyższe
higher education engage different subjects, universities, research institutions, ministry, but also in international context, we also have the issue of foreigners that come to Poland. And on the one hand, we have got problems which we as Ministry of Science, as your representatives face. I mean here the time of waiting time for visa, problems with residence permit, but on the other hand, our partners from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of Ministry of Interior, talks about problems connected with safety and some problems connected with visa. That's why we need the complex and multifaceted cooperation. At the same time, in spite of those problems, it's without any doubts that internationalization is and should be the catalyzer of positive changes in Polish academic community, the catalyst to raise the quality of education. In this context, we should take into account, which has already been told, intelligent internationalization. We need to take into account the newest concepts, how to achieve this. We're not talking about training brains. It's especially crucial in the context of our eastern neighbors, Belarus and Ukraine. Of course, we receive students and researchers from there, but we hope that we're going to have the conditions that at least part of them are going to go back to their countries and they're going to build their democratic Belarus and free territorially integrative Ukraine. So instead of brain training, we need to take other concepts like brain circulation. So academic mobility, cooperation with foreign partners, resident permit, short-term residence, more popular than those long-term. Internationalization of home, I mean contact with outer world, also by the means of foreign lecturers, academic teachers, and also through better integration of our students with foreign students that come to our universities. Now, at least it's my experience, these are two separate worlds. We have got English-speaking programs and some Polish students, and we've got Polish programs, and they have got more limited contact that I wished it would be. But this is a really crucial path to internationalization, that within the framework of one university, we have got students from Poland and a bigger number of foreign students. And this internationalization of home is also the way to internationalize in the case of various excluded groups. I mean about, for example, a little bit worse situated students who cannot afford going abroad, or students with disabilities. Again, for a large number of them, going abroad for Erasmus program is a huge challenge, but also here at home, we are able to help them, to support them. Of course, internationalization, it's not only students, but also the issue of staff, academic staff and research. When it comes to academic staff, we see the increase of internationalization, but nevertheless, much more slower than in case of students. Talking about students, depending on department and kind of student studies, we have got 8-9 students from abroad. When it comes to academic staff, it's about 3% of the whole academic staff, which every fourth foreign
pracownik naukowy pracuje w
research worker works in one of three Polish universities: University of Warsaw, University Jagielloński University, and University of Adam Mickiewicz. So we have got a lot to do in this field. Of course, people are important, but as my predecessor said on her online performance, our tools, instruments are also crucial. I mean, national instruments, but also foreign instruments, National Agency of Academic Exchange has at least few programs which are to attract researchers from other countries to Poland. Ulam-Nava program. It also has instruments which are to allow and make it the cooperation easier, international cooperation easier, strategic partnership NAVA, or the support of European universities. Of course, we've got also international instruments. Here, most crucial role is played by the European research space and instruments realized within the European Union. The Ministry of Science and Higher Education on a daily basis participates actively in those activities for internationalization of Polish science and higher education. And in this context, I think that it's worth mentioning 4 issues of our current agenda. First of all, the support for Ukraine. Starting from Ukraine, because this is the largest group of our foreign students, about 50,000 students previous years. But we're not talking only about educating those people, but also we want, together with our Ukrainian partners, have discussions and work on solutions that will enable rebuild more successfully Ukraine in the future, or maybe to build European Ukraine. Secondly, the United States. For this, we have got 65th anniversary of Fulbright program. This is one of the biggest instruments in American regions. And this is a very important program because it enables, on the one hand, our students and scientists to reach the leading universities in the US, but on the other hand, it enables us to attract students and researchers from Ukraine to Poland. And also, researchers from the US. Of course, some of them come to Poland because they are interested in Poland as such, our history, our culture, but another part, which is extremely vital, they come to Poland because they consider scientific residence in Poland as a stage of their scientific career. And this is a moment when we join universities from developed countries. A person spends some time in the US, then Great Britain, and then comes to Poland. Some Americans come to Poland also because they find here the best specialists in their field. This year we are hosting stipendist Fulbright, and here in Trójmieście, who came to Poland in order to study playing on marimba. Who of you knows what is this marimba? 2 members of my team raised their heads, but they know what is it about. I read that on Wikipedia. This is drums instruments, wooden instruments, You have got sticks and you just play on that. So here in Poland, we have got the most exceptional lecturer, if I can say so, of marimba. That's why that American woman decided to come here to learn playing on this instrument. Maybe this is not the most standard example, but I think the idea is really crucial. Americans who come to Poland to learn from our specialists, not to learn about Poland, but to learn because in particular field we have got the best specialists. This is what I want. The third issue, which now we are dealing with, maybe it's more for a ministry, but I would like to mention this anyway. Polish presidents in the European Council, the first half of 2025, and our responsibilities, legislation responsibilities, and different kind of laws and conferences, scientific. Last but not least, it's worth mentioning that Poland this year is a chair in the High Board of University Institute in Florence, and this is one of the frontline center of scientific and academic research. Wide understood topic of European topic, and within the framework of our presidency, we would like to focus on two issues. Firstly, on the development of cooperation of European institution with countries of the third world, and second thing about providing geographical balance within the framework of institute activity, so that particular parts of Europe are represented more equally. Of course, these are not all of our activities, but I would like to talk more for those 5, not 90 minutes. That's why I would like to once again thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank the organizers and to congratulate you on the organization of this. And I will wish you very successful debate. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy organizatorom i fundatorom kongresu oraz panu ministrowi za ważne słowa. Pytania, które pojawiły się podczas otwarcia naszego wydarzenia, z pewnością powrócą jeszcze podczas kongresowych debat. Polska, chcąc odnaleźć swoją drogę umiędzynarodowienia szkolnictwa wyższego, szuka inspiracji i wiedzy dostępnej w organizacjach międzynarodowych, chcących podzielić się z nami swoim doświadczeniem i wiedzą.
We would like to thank the organizers and sponsors of the Congress and the Minister for the important words. The questions that arose during the opening of our event will certainly return during the Congress debates. Poland, wanting to find its own recipe for the internationalization of higher education, is also looking for inspiration in the solutions adopted by international institutions, willing to share with us their relevant experience and knowledge.
Jest nam niezmiernie miło, że nasze zaproszenie do wygłoszenia wykładu otwarcia przyjęła dyrektorka do spraw rozwoju wiedzy i badań w Europejskim Stowarzyszeniu Edukacji Międzynarodowej EAIE, dr Laura Rumbley.
We are very pleased that our invitation to deliver the opening lecture was accepted by the Director of Knowledge Development and Research at the European Association for International Education, EAIE, dr Laura Rumbley.
Dr Rumbley jest autorką wielu publikacji dotyczących umiędzynarodowienia szkolnictwa wyższego. Wcześniej była między innymi zastępcą dyrektora Stowarzyszenia Współpracy Akademickiej w Brukseli ACA. Jest też współredaktorką czasopisma Journal of Studies in International Education. Wykład, który za moment usłyszymy, poświęcony będzie roli, jaką czołowi specjaliści pracujący w międzynarodowym szkolnictwie wyższym odgrywają w procesie tworzenia strategii umiędzynarodowienia, a potem we wprowadzaniu jej w życie.
Dr. Rumbley is the author of many publications on the internationalization of higher education. Previously, she was, among others, a deputy director of the Association for Academic Cooperation, ACA, in Brussels. She is also a co-editor of the Journal of Studies in International Education. The lecture we are about to hear will be devoted to the role that leading specialists working in international higher education play in the process of creating an internationalization strategy and then implementing it.
Usłyszymy także wiele na temat ostatniego badania EAI Barometer. Dzięki jego wynikom dowiemy się, jaki obraz polskiego szkolnictwa wyższego wyłania się z wyników ankiety, w której udział wzięło niemal 3000 osób pracujących w szkolnictwie wyższym w całej Europie.
We will also hear a lot about the latest EAIE Barometer survey. Thanks to its results, we will learn what image of Polish higher education emerges from the results of the survey. Almost 3,000 people working in higher education from all over Europe participated in it.
Pani dyrektor, prosimy o zabranie głosu.
Madam Director, please, the floor is yours.
Dear Deputy Minister, dear Rector, dear Director General of NAWA, dear Chair of the IROs Forum, dear colleagues. Good morning, and thank you for the very warm welcome on this, my first visit to Gdańsk, and my very first visit in this extraordinary center of medical care, education, and innovation. I'm sincerely grateful for the invitation to have joined you here on the occasion of this first Congress on the internationalization of higher education in Poland. This is a very great honor for me personally, but also for the organization I represent, the European Association for International Education. Poland is undertaking extremely important work to develop and ultimately implement policy for internationalization for its higher education sector. A wide range of different stakeholders, as well as colleagues and experts from across Europe and beyond, have come together here to discuss the many important aspects of this complex and timely work. Each of them will bring their unique viewpoints and experiences to enrich this conversation. It is my privilege to bring forward in this inaugural lecture one particular perspective that I hope will bring useful insight to the work that is being undertaken now to formulate such a policy, as well as offer encouragement for managing the work that lies ahead to implement the strategy and see it achieve its full potential. As you can see from the slide in front of you just now, this particular perspective that I speak of is that of the frontline professionals who carry out the daily work of internationalization in higher education. The premise of my message today is that the professionals with responsibilities for all different aspects of internationalization, working at higher education institutions and in other relevant stakeholder organizations, play a vital role in bringing policy to life and ensuring its ultimate success. Using data from a recent survey conducted by my organization, I'd like to share some key insights with you regarding how international higher education professionals in Poland view their own roles, how they view the performance of their institutions in relation to internationalization, and how they see the influence of national and European level actors in shaping the work of internationalization in Polish higher education. My argument is that the window of information into the perspectives of these key actors provides useful indications of the health and vitality of the internationalization effort in Poland today at ground level. The idea is that this information can be leveraged for all kinds of useful and thoughtful decision-making on the road ahead for Poland's national policy for internationalization. First, I'd like to say a few words about where my information and my perspectives come from. For those of you who may not be familiar with the EAIE, which is often referred to as the III because of the very lengthy number of vowels in our acronym, here are a few key details. We are celebrating 35 years in 2024, having been founded in the late 1980s in Amsterdam, where we are still headquartered. We are not supported in any way by EU funds or national funds, but rather the EAIE exists on the basis of the events and services that we provide to our members. These include publications, trainings, networking, and other professional development activities. Our members are not universities, but rather individual professionals who work in the field of international higher education across Europe and beyond. And even though we do not have the word higher in our name, The focus of the EAE is indeed on the post-secondary sector, higher education. In any given year, about 3,500 registered members belong in our community. However, our signature event, which is our annual conference and exhibition, has drawn more than 6,500 participants in recent years. Poland has been amongst the top 20 countries in terms of number of participants at our conference in the last several years, with NAWA specifically and a variety of Polish universities being actively involved in our exhibition. Beyond these key numbers, we estimate that there are, of course, several tens of thousands of individuals who work in international higher education in Europe in many different kinds of roles. At this point, I think this last item on the screen can be helpful to highlight. In September of this year, we are formally transitioning into a new structure within the EAIE that includes 9 thematic committees. The names of these committees, which I hope you can see on the screen, highlight the indications of all the different areas of internationalization in which our members work today, encompassing not only mobility and partnerships, but also matters of social responsibility, teaching, learning, and curricular concerns, student and alumni services, leadership, policy, strategy, and more. I think it can also be helpful to know that the EAIE is a mission-driven organization. Our vision is of an equitable world in which internationalization exerts positive influences across very real differences in understanding and perspective. And our strategy focuses on 3 main objectives. First, to enable the sector by supporting professionals in the work they do. Second, to demonstrate the impact of internationalization in higher education toward the vision we have for positive change. And finally, to influence and engage decision makers who have the power to ensure that internationalization is actively and appropriately supported so that it can yield its best results for our societies. With this information in mind about where I'm coming from in the context of the EAIE, I'd like to ground my comments in a very simple visual way, which follows this reasoning. From my perspective, policy cannot stand alone. Successful policy certainly requires meaningful processes, including funding, reporting, evaluation, as well as, of course, meaningful alignment across different stakeholders. But as I've already said, what I'd particularly like to highlight today is the crucial role that people play in ensuring that policy is sensible, that it takes into account what's happening on the ground in the world of frontline practice, and that it recognizes its fundamental ability to deliver or fail rests on the backs of those who work to bring policy to life. So, dear colleagues, how do I give you this perspective from the people on the front line? A favorite person of mine said, "A person without data is a person with an opinion." So I've come with some data for you today. And it comes, as you've already heard from my introduction, from the EAE Barometer. The Barometer is an extensive survey designed and administered by the EAE to professionals working in international higher education across the European higher education area. It has been conducted 3 different times in 2015, 18, and 2024, with the most recent results being published in late March of this year. Nearly 3,000 respondents from 46 of the 49 European higher education area countries participated in the survey, giving us perspectives from a wide range of national, institutional, and organizational contexts, as well as from the perspective of many different levels of experience, years in the field, and roles or positions held. In the case of Poland, 81 individuals participated in the survey. 78% told us that they work in public higher education institutions or related organizations. All levels of experience were represented among the Polish respondents, but 71% of them had 6 years or more of experience in international higher education. A variety of different roles were represented amongst the respondents, including academic staff and even deans or head of faculty. But most of the respondents, just over 70%, identified as being either heads of international offices or the equivalent, or professional staff working at the level of specialists or coordinators. There are some very encouraging signs from the data provided by these individuals. As I hope you can see from the slide here, strong percentages report being satisfied or very satisfied with their jobs overall, and slightly more indicated high levels of satisfaction with a sense of purpose their jobs provide. The overall job satisfaction rate is a little bit lower for Poland than the European average, which was 91%, but as the sense of purpose results are closer to the European average of 89%. As is the finding that in Poland, 74% of respondents expect to continue working in the field in 3 years' time. The European average for this was 79%. So Polish professionals in international higher education appear to be personally gratified by the work they do and keen to stick with it. However, there are also signs of pressure on this workforce, which you can clearly see in the data on this slide. When it comes to feeling valued by their employing institutions or organization, work-life balance, and salary or compensation, there are much lower levels of satisfaction. Indeed, the findings for Poland are noticeably different than the European average. 25% was the European average for being unsatisfied or very unsatisfied with a sense of being valued by the employer. 30% of European respondents overall were dissatisfied with work-life balance, and 40% was the European average for dissatisfaction with salary or compensation. Having said this, we also saw across Europe that difference between feeling engaged and excited about one's job versus feeling slightly frustrated in some of these areas. So these are potentially worrying figures when it comes to sustaining motivation over time and engaging frontline professionals in the excitement and challenge of new policy objectives and targets. It's also important to take into account the matter of tolerance for change and the ability of to take on new and different tasks or increased workloads. The EAIE barometer also asked those respondents with 3 years of experience in their current role to indicate how their role has changed over that time frame, if at all. Consistent with our findings across the European higher education area, a robust 82% of Polish colleagues indicated that their roles now require more time and effort, new or different skills, or both. We don't have a baseline for this information from the 2015 or 2018 iterations of the barometer. So it could be that people always feel that their roles are evolving and changing and becoming more demanding in comparison to what they perceived from the past. But of course, we do suspect that there has been real pressure placed on professionals working in this field over the last several years by virtue of the pandemic, and of course, in Ukraine border countries, the developments that have come as a result of the war with Russia. Perhaps not surprisingly, based on what we've seen about perceived change and new challenges and roles, the barometer's Polish respondents also gave us very clear indications that they are hungry for training and professional development opportunities related to their current roles. While at the European level, 30% of respondents said that they had a significant need for such support, you can see here that 51% of Polish respondents characterized their need for professional development training as significant. Altogether, 94% expressed a significant or moderate need for professional development and training. That, to me, is notable. Now, internationalization in higher education is not undertaken for its own sake. And certainly in the context of a discussion of a national policy for internationalization, the focus will surely be on why. Why does this work matter? What is the country as a whole seeking to achieve? What are the individual higher education institutions aiming to accomplish? And how will these outcomes be proven? In short, what is expected? And how will we know that that impact has been achieved? There really is a great deal of work to be done in the field of international higher education to get a better handle on matters of impact. And the EAIE barometer, in its most recent edition, has begun to try to make some sense of this at a high level, again from the perspective of individual international education professionals. What we have learned is that there is a sense of urgency around the question of impact. 63% of all respondents told us that they would characterize the debate or discussion about the impact of internationalization at their institution or organization as being urgent or very urgent. 57% of Polish respondents felt the same way. However, as you can see on the screen here, in the context of their own roles, we found that 86% of Polish respondents feel some kind of pressure to produce evidence of the impact of internationalization, and more than half, 58%, characterize this as significant or very significant pressure. So this is a workforce that feels the weight of making sure the results of their work are visible. So what does that work consist of? And what should that work consist of moving forward? We asked participants in the barometer survey to reflect on a rather long list of both long-standing core activities of internationalization and some newer hot topics. And against that list, we asked them to indicate which topics they felt required more attention, continued levels of attention, or less attention in order for their institution to achieve its internationalization goals over the next 3 to 5 years. We did not ask participants to rank or prioritize these activities, but again, to simply indicate if they would require more, less, or steady state attention over that time span of 3 to 5 years. What you can see on the screen here are the results for Poland, which show only the percentages for more attention and continued attention. The items flagged in green are the boxes, flagged with the green boxes, are the 3 items that were most commonly selected as needing more attention. First, recruiting international talent. Second, student and staff well-being. Third, strengthening the international or intercultural content of the curriculum. What, of course, is most notable from this exercise is the overwhelming indication that everything is important. This finding for Poland is actually quite consistent with the findings for this question across Europe. And on the one hand, this is very exciting in the way that it seems to highlight a broad sense that internationalization is viewed and understood as a very multifaceted, multidimensional phenomenon that requires attention across a range of distinct, but also often interlocking activities and domains. On the challenging side, of course, this raises multiple questions, starting with how to conduct this symphony, but also including how to ensure that different activities are not operating at cross purposes, how to avoid duplication of efforts, how to prioritize, how to fund it all, how to measure impact, and much more. These are all vitally important questions for both policymakers and professionals, and of course they relate intimately to questions of organization and leadership. This brings us to another set of data points from the barometer that may be worth carefully considering. When it comes to the question of achieving goals for internationalization, one could argue that the organization of responsibility for this work is fundamental. So we asked our barometer of respondents to give us an indication of their level of satisfaction with the way that responsibilities for internationalization are organized or structured at their institution. To clarify, we characterize the organization of responsibilities as being along a continuum of having a single central team with responsibility for internationalization, multiple central teams, decentral teams, for example, at the faculty level, or a combination of central and decentral teams. Most Polish respondents told us that their institution relied either on a single central team, about 30% told us this, or a combination of central and decentral teams, about 40% told us this. Importantly, in the case of Poland, as you can see on the screen, 42% were either very satisfied or satisfied, as opposed to the 58% European average for this answer. The fact that half of Polish respondents are unhappy with the ways that responsibilities are organized at their institution, and another 10% are unsure about how they feel about the organization, this raises some important questions. What's going on here, and what does that mean for the future of this work? Equally important and related to the idea of how responsibilities for internationalization are organized is the question of confidence in leadership. On this point, Our Polish respondents are slightly more pessimistic than the European average. While 51% are either not very or not at all confident in the leadership for internationalization, 37% of respondents across Europe registered this same response. Now, I think it's important to see the glass as half full, and here we see that nearly 50% of Polish respondents do have confidence in the leadership for internationalization at their institution. But as Poland looks to the future, strengthening that link between leadership and frontline professionals in the field can perhaps be a powerful ingredient for successful policy implementation. Now, of course, there are a variety of stakeholder groups that play a role in advancing the work of institutions' internationalization agendas. And in addition to leadership, broadly speaking, it can also be important to understand how other actors are perceived in relation to this work. As you can see on the screen here, we asked participants to characterize the influence of a number of the typical stakeholder groups that might be part of this ecosystem. In the case of Poland, you can see that the executive board or team within the institution and academic staff are most frequently observed as exerting some level of influence on these goals. National authorities and European level authorities are not so far behind in terms of their perceived influence on institutions' internationalization goals. So again, as we think about the policy work and how it moves from the halls of power or the hands of decision makers down to the level of actors, it can be interesting to reflect on how frontline professionals perceive the roles of these different players. Moving specifically to the question of how respondents perceive the effects of national level efforts on institutional activities, we see a very nice result for Poland. None of the respondents to the barometer who answered this question perceive a negative result from national level policies, programs, or initiatives, as opposed to 6% at the European-wide level, and more than half perceive positive effects. In this sense, one could say that there is a tangible level of appreciation for the efforts taken at the national level in Poland, which could potentially translate into a very receptive audience amongst international higher education professionals at the institutional level as new policy is rolled out. The devil, of course, always being in the details of such new policies. Interestingly, I'll conclude by saying that at a broad level across the European higher education area, we've seen what appears to be a bit of a softening of the influence of both national and European level policy authorities over the last decade. In 2015, we had a question on the barometer survey, which you can see on the screen here. It can roughly be compared to a question that we had in the 2024 version. Nearly a decade ago, we asked for indications of the influence of national policy and the European policy level on institutional internationalization policy. And in 2024, we asked about the influence of national and European level authorities on driving institutions' internationalization goals. You can see that in both cases, there's a drop in indications that these are either influential or highly influential. There is no clear explanation coming directly from the data on why this may be happening. And of course, the answers do vary from country to country across the European higher education area. A number of colleagues I've spoken to has speculated that the overall decline in perceived influence of national and European level actors may have something to do with a general maturing of internationalization, meaning that institutions are no longer needing to rely quite so much on steering from external actors as they might have felt was useful or necessary a decade ago. But as Poland moves toward finalizing its own national policy, the stakeholders here will undoubtedly want to work to align with the realities of what is most meaningful in this context when it comes to the dynamics between national policy and institutional action. Policy, processes, people. I'm hopeful that my contribution here to the conversation about what lies ahead for Poland and its national policy for internationalization has proved useful and has provided some thought-provoking information from the people side of this equation. From the perspective of the EAIE and from my own perspective as a researcher of the phenomenon of internationalization in higher education for some 20 years now, People really matter, both as objects of policy and as agents of transformation through policy. The frontline professionals in Poland's international higher education sector collectively have a deep and wide understanding of what it means to do internationalization here. Policymakers and institutional leaders can benefit from their insights, and much can be achieved through critical conversation with these key stakeholders when it comes to developing policy that resonates with the daily realities of the field. When considering the future of internationalization in Poland, the barometer data tell me that there are challenges ahead, but very exciting opportunities as well. The international higher education sector in this country is comprised of a highly dedicated workforce that is keen to learn and grow professionally. Where there are indications of dissatisfaction in some area, for example, with respect to confidence in leadership or concerns about how responsibilities for internationalization are organized, this may also be seen as an openness to embrace change and organizational innovation. Different stakeholder groups are perceived as having varying levels of influence over institutional directions for internationalization. This finding perhaps simply calls for more conversation about what that means and the development of a common understanding about what the roles of different stakeholder groups ideally could be or should be in supporting Poland's internationalization aspirations. Finally, the fact that so many different activities are considered important to attend to in the process of achieving institutional goals for internationalization may be daunting, but it can also be perceived as highly energizing and extremely relevant for our time. My perception overall is that there are very interesting times ahead for Poland's internationalization agenda. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I look forward to speaking with many of you over the course of the next 2 days. Thank you.
Dziękujemy serdecznie dr Lorze Rambli za solidną dawkę wiedzy i inspiracji, która będzie wykorzystana w dalszej debacie nad krajową strategią umiędzynarodowienia nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego.
We would like to thank Dr. Laura Rumbley for a solid dose of knowledge and inspiration, which will serve in further debate on the national strategy for internationalization of science and higher education.
Drodzy Państwo, NAWA stara się również czerpać z doświadczenia instytucji działających w różnych krajach na całym świecie, których główne cele pokrywają się z celami naszej agencji.
Ladies and gentlemen, NAWA also tries to draw on the experience of institutions operating in various countries around the world, whose main goals coincide with those of NAWA.
Utrzymując międzynarodowy wymiar naszej debaty, z ogromną przyjemnością pragnę zapowiedzieć sesję plenarną z udziałem dyrektorów naszych siostrzanych agencji z Austrii, Czech, Finlandii i Słowacji. Sesja nosi tytuł Strategie umiędzynarodowienia, czy to działa? Od teorii do praktyki.
Maintaining the international dimension of our debate, I am very pleased to announce a plenary session with the directors of our sister agencies from Austria, the Czech Republic, Finland, and Slovakia. The session is entitled Internationalization Strategies. Do they work? From theory to practice. How to implement them?
Zapraszamy na scenę panelistów.
Panelists are invited to come on stage.
Dr Jakob Kallis, dyrektor zarządzający Austriackiej Agencji do Spraw Edukacji i Internacjonalizacji.
Dr Jakob Kallis, Managing Director of OEAD, Agency for Education and Internationalization in Austria.
Michał Fedak, dyrektor wykonawczy Słowackiej Akademickiej Agencji Informacyjnej.
Mr. Michał Fedak, Executive Director of SAIA, Slovak Academic Information Agency.
Dr Minna Kelha, dyrektorka generalna Fińskiej Narodowej Agencji do Spraw Edukacji.
Dr Minna Kelha, Director General at the Finnish National Agency for Education.
Roman Klepetko, zastępca dyrektora Czeskiej Narodowej Agencji Edukacji Międzynarodowej.
Mr. Roman Klepetko, Deputy Director of the Czech National Agency for International Education.
Dyskusję w języku angielskim poprowadzi dr Dawid Kostecki, dyrektor NAWA.
The discussion in English will be led by Dr. Dawid Kostecki, Director of NAWA.
Zachęcamy osoby oglądające nas w internecie do zadawania pytań w komentarzach do transmisji na YouTubie i lub Facebooku NAWA, a pod koniec każdego panelu przewidujemy pytania z sali oraz pytania od internautów.
All those watching us online are encouraged to ask questions in the comments of the broadcast of NAVA's YouTube or Facebook. At the end of each panel, we expect questions from the audience and questions from internet users.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear guests, for being with us during the first Internationalization Congress. I would like to cordially welcome all of you during our first inaugural panel session entitled Internationalization Strategies. Does it work? From theory to practice. The aim of the session is to present a model for creating an internationalization strategy. How do it effectively, how to do it decently, properly, we can say. What should NAVA and the expert team pay attention to in the process of strategy formulation? We'll try to find answers to these and many other questions with my guests who have already been through this process. A lot of was said, but I would like to give the floor our distinguished guests to present their own opinion. First of all, Dr. Mina Keller, and the question is, the strategies for internationalization in your countries were developed in year 2021 or earlier. In some cases, Austria, Finland, it was before the COVID pandemic, and in all cases, it was before the Russian invasion on Ukraine. What has changed since that time? From today's perspective, if you could assess, dear Nina, do you think that the main assumptions are still the same on how we should up to date our strategy in the context of your stage of creation, please? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having me here. I'm very excited to be here. And I am the only one I heard with the slide, so it can be there. All
therefore, we are starting from you.
All of our slide is during all of our panel. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. This has been a very interesting, preparing to come here, because in Finland, our first strategy of internationalization was from 2009 to 2015. And in my analysis, its emphasis was to bringing world to Finland, to attract scholars and students from foreign countries to come to Finland. Our ongoing strategy from 2017 to 2025 is more about bringing Finland to the world. So education exports, scholars exports, connecting Finnish alumni all over the world, and so forth. But as you said, the world changes rapidly nowadays. So in 2022, we launched a vision to internationalization of education and research. And this vision you can see right here. So even before, because the ongoing strategy is to 2025, we launched a new vision. And this vision is all about principles, values, and collaboration. And I think because it was launched after the Russian invasion to Ukraine, I think these are the most valuable things that we now have to address.
Thank you so much. Jacob, your turn. Please tell us about your experiences connected with the process of creating strategy for internationalization.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm also excited to be here. It's great to be part of this discussion. So our strategy was created in 2019. Finally, actually, we finalized the strategy at the beginning, more or less, of the pandemic. So for this reason, digitization and innovative formats of international mobility plays a role in the strategy. But otherwise, I would say that most of the main assumptions that we have had before the pandemic, before the change of the geopolitical situation, they have not changed. Yeah, so the reason for internationalization, they're still the same: bringing quality into your higher education system, providing international experiences to students who need that for their future in the labor market, and so on. Also bringing an international perspective into science and research, of course. So this has not changed, but of course, you have to understand the way the Austrian strategy works. This is also the second strategy we had, and the difference between the first one and the second one is that the second one really stays on a very abstract level with respect to what the aims really are. And so it's on a general level, and this means that the geopolitical situation, of course, it plays a role, but it's the main assumptions, they still work. Now, I think that our strategy, when you look at it, it kind of does not address some of the issues that were raised since then or have been there before. Of course, geopolitics is one issue connected to the whole question of science diplomacy and what role the higher education sector plays. And this is kind of a question that has been there before, but it's not being addressed in the strategy. But the same is with the whole issue of sustainability. We are all affected by this question, of course. How can you do internationalization in a sustainable, ecologically sustainable way, right? This is also not new, but it's a discourse that it's not being touched upon in our strategy. And another example is the question of the labor market and the needs of the labor market also is not addressed in the strategy. So our strategy, it works, it still works, and I think this has quite some advantages. But then on the other hand, of course, we kind of, not address some of the rather difficult issues.
Okay, thank you. We are going to our neighbors because Michael has a really quite interesting and crucial experience, because you've got on the one side you were deputy minister, so you know the legislation's conditions, and on the other hand you have great experience in internationalization. So the same question: how to achieve stable strategy in a really rapidly changing world? Because Mina said.
Thank you, and thank also for having me here. The thing is, as you said, that actually the internationalization strategy in Slovakia is so-called my child, because I was there from writing the first word on it, and then I became state secretary and had to implement it. So I make fun that if you once plan to have a strategy that works and will be implemented, you have to become state secretary to start the work.
But you can say that every dot is yours or not?
Well, a lot of the things are there that I wrote down, but it's a good that you mentioned that your first strategy was like bringing world to Finland, because actually that was also our approach. So we started with writing the strategy 2019, I would say, and 2020 we had like 2 weeks before Slovakia closed, we had a meeting with universities on talking about whether they like the ideas that were put in or not. And then internationalization stopped. But during those 2 years until 2022, when the strategy was approved by the government, we just noticed that the things that we addressed in the strategy and that bringing wealth to Slovakia, because actually our main task was internationalization at home. We have in Slovakia, I don't know if you know that, but in Slovakia we have a very big outflow of Slovak students abroad. We have about 20% of Slovak students leaving Slovakia to study abroad, and we don't have any inflow, or very few people were coming to Slovakia, so we needed to do the brain circulation in some way. So we addressed that, and that problem actually stayed even after COVID, even after Ukraine war, and so the strategy is still actual. The only things that are really missing there maybe are things that are now being approached because of the geopolitical situation. So the security in mobility, in science, and unwanted influence of other countries and so on, and also the cultural diplomacy, soft powers, which should be now addressed more and more. So that would be the necessary update. But I think in the second step, when we will launch a new one, we are in the midterm now, we will probably go the same way as Finland. So I think this strategy development is to be expected everywhere, actually, starting from ourselves and then maybe develop further.
So we have to take into account all stakeholders, like we said. Let's share your experiences, Roman, and Czech Republic, please.
Yeah. Also, thank you for having me. And yeah, I would say also that we finished the strategy at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. So we were trying to focus more on the internationalization at home and also on some digital components. I think that the internationalization at home is always the good solution, of course. But maybe we see now that some of the online cooperation, let's say called virtual mobilities and so on. So they are maybe not the best solution for the students. So I think that's one of the things that we also saw before the COVID, that the interest of the students was a bit going down to go abroad. But what we see now, it's getting really back, and it's even better. And I think we see that it's very important that the students, they also go abroad for their studies. So I think it's one of the things that we see that for the students, which was one of our main focuses in the strategy, it's still really important to study abroad, and also then the objectives and targets should be set according to this. And also on the reaction on the war in Ukraine, we focused a lot on the global competencies in the internationalization strategy, but maybe we should also go back on the European level and focus on the values that we have here, and also what was mentioned that of course the mobilities and the cooperation, it helps to have the stronger Europe, and that's something that we need these days. So it's not the global, the geopolitical things, but it's also the European level, which maybe we should focus more, because it's also different levels that we cooperate on.
Thank you. It's quite interesting. So we've got goals, objectives, diagnosis, address group, but perhaps this question seems to be rather obvious or maybe unobvious. Based on your experience in implementing strategy, I would like to ask you: should internationalization depend on the other aspects of higher education policy, or other policies should be subordinated to the policy of internationalization? Perhaps it's a really Hamletic question, but it's worth considering, especially at the first stage of the process of shaping strategy. Yeah. So putting it into other words, should internationalization dominate our approach in all aspects of higher education, or that it's just a part or mean to achieve many different objectives? So let's start from the same cue, please. The floor is yours, Mina.
Well, thank you. I just want to say to the question before that maybe after listening to your answers, maybe the strategies haven't changed, but I think the practical work has changed in order to be more responsible, be more like safe and secure with the measurements we do.
Okay, but excuse me, sorry. How to achieve the document is living?
Yeah,
because it's
that's a good question. I think that's why we're here. But to answer your your last question about the form of the document, maybe I don't think. I think that the process of the preparation of the strategy is the key. In Finland, we have the tendency to like involve everybody. Everything is important, and everybody is involved to the preparation of different kinds of strategies. And the plus side is that when you have the joint preparation, you also have or you should have the joint understanding of the goals and targets of the strategy, and also the joint commitment to the goals and targets of the strategy. But then if you involve everybody, you get everything to the strategy, and that's I think the negative part of it, because the strategies tend to be too long. I think nowadays in Finland the government program is the key to attain the goals because the money is there, the finance is there. So I don't think the form is the most important part of this.
Okay. So what is your answer on this question, Jacob?
Well, also first connecting to this question of the making the strategy a livable document, maybe, or
please,
not a KG document. For one, in Austria, we had the strategy, the first strategy, it had a time frame until 2025. And then in 2019, we already started to write a new one. And now we have one for until 2030, right? So change whenever it's, or make an update whenever it's necessary. And then from a very practical perspective, we have two yearly conferences on internationalization, and we have had them for many years. And one is on a very strategic level. So this year, for example, it was about how to introduce more English-speaking language study courses in Austria. And then we have a second one, which is more operational in terms of how do we actually, I don't know, invent new joint programs, etc., etc. So just to respond to this, in terms of the question, the more philosophical question, maybe I can also say something about the Austrian situation. We are probably one of the most, and the countries with the most international student body, probably in the whole of Europe. And take the example of the University of Innsbruck. There we have 50% international students, 50%, half of the student body. And why is this the case? Because the German border is 40 kilometers and the Italian border is also 40 kilometers. And so we basically have very many German students come to Austria for different reasons. But still, this very much influences the discourse in internationalization that we have, which is we are already very international, and maybe we don't have to invest.
Similar to Czech and Slovakia,
yeah,
the same.
And this makes it, I think, very hard to put internationalization kind of on a hierarchical level on the top, because we are already international, yeah, and it's very much about becoming more diverse and bringing new types of internationalization into the student body, for example.
Of course, in my opinion, it depends on indicators for internationalization, because we can speak about foreign students, but also we can speak about international joint programs, summer courses, or micro-credentials. Like this Congress is dedicated to higher education institution rather than internationalization for science. Let's go to Michael. What is your opinion?
It was nice is the way you gave the question, what's the more important, it's the chicken and egg question, whether we need more internationalization to have higher quality in higher education, or do we need higher quality in higher education and then achieve internationalization. However, I think you quoted the idea what is internationalization, and internationalization is actually a tool to achieve something, to use it for the purposes we need.
Exactly.
That's how we approached in Slovakia. We knew we have a big outflow. We knew that universities are actually not really thinking about student body from abroad, to attract student body from abroad, and if they had some, it was not really, they were not really focused on services and making them included into society, and thus our data showed that a lot of students, international students that came into Slovakia to study, left after the study. They felt not really welcomed or rooted in Slovakia during their studies. So, and that's actually a pity if you have a lot of young people going abroad from the country, and those who you are able to attract back are not staying, then you have a problem. So we tried to approach this with this internationalization strategy. So my advice would be, when writing an internationalization strategy, and not to get lost in all the discussions and all the needs you will somehow find during the process. You need someone to some very small group of people who will not lose the Leitfaden, leitmotif from in the discussions, that you really follow the yellow road to achieve your goal, not just because otherwise you will have like bunch of ideas in a two-sided document, very general, unfocused, and not inspiring at all to the universities. And that's the second thing that we have to have in mind in when drafting a strategy, is that actually the strategy can say and target whatever, but who will implement it? It will be the universities. So you cannot prescribe the universities what to do, because they have their own decision making and so on. But you can give them an idea how it would look like in 10 years. And based on this idea, what you want to see at the universities, what actions could be supportive for them, and then discuss those actions. That was our approach, and it was very positively taken by the universities back then.
Well done. Roman, how to be prophetic like your colleagues from Slovakia? How you can find balance? Because I'm convinced that you are trying to do your best to find this kind of balance, which was mentioned by Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, maybe first I would say that the question of the strategy of the document. So maybe the best solution or the ultimate goal would be that we have no specific strategy for internationalization, because the goal should be that the internationalization is a natural part of the strategic documents for the higher education in general. So I think it's the ultimate goal, but we are not there yet. So we, of course, need this for now. For us, it's also a separated document that we have, which is, let's say, even annexed to the main strategy for the education. And I think that, yes, we need some balance between what Mina said, that we should involve the other bodies, the other stakeholders in the state. I think it's good also that you have in the program other ministries. So because we see that we can set some targets, for example, for recruiting the incoming students. But if you have some visa issues or something else, so we cannot reach it anyhow. And also, for example, in the alumni relations, it's also good to involve the discussions with the Ministry of Industry, with the Ministry of Trade, with the Ministry of Social Affairs and Employment, and so on. So I think it's good to have some balance between what Michael said and Mina said, that we have the ultimate goal which we follow, that we want to reach at the higher education institutions, but we need to have the other sectors also on board, so we cooperate together.
It was your magic yellow path. Okay, next question. In Austria, Slovakia, and Czech Republic, the strategic documents on internationalization are focusing on higher education, giving little attention to research. So next comparison, research, higher education, and balance. How you treat this kind of areas, this kind of disciplines, yes, separately or rather together? Do you think the internationalization of higher education needs more policy than research? Mina.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to defend the Finnish method of taking or involving everyone, because our new vision is 2 pages, so it's not that long. But
it's an abbreviation.
Pardon?
Abbreviation.
Yeah, it is. The question of whether it should be whether the emphasis should be on education or research or both, I would say, of course, both. Our as you said, or as it was said, our strategy from 2017 to 2025 emphasizes research, and I personally would like to see more education. Also, student mobility is not very visible in that strategy. So I think the yellow road, whatever it is, should be seen in this as well.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. Jacob, please.
Well, I think these are really 2 sides of the same coin, right? You can't really be international without having an international staff at your higher education institution. And you will recruit researchers for research reasons, excellence reasons. And this is the reason why I think you have to really think of those 2 realms together. Now, for very practical reasons, this is not the case in Austria. We don't have it in the same strategy, but we have a separate strategy for research and innovation. And this strategy has a chapter on internationalization. I mean, the practical reason is similar to the reason why it is like that on the EU level, right? You have the Erasmus program, you have the Horizon Europe program, and this is where they separate, the world separate. And what tends to happen, however, is that we really miss out on the on the things that these 2 realms really share. And this is the big downside that I see in Austria. I mean, this is my view because I worked in research policy for a long time, so I have this specific view. But it's just so clear for me. And also on the European level, we have this whole discourse going on about how can we connect Erasmus Plus to Horizon Europe in a better way, in a stronger way, and yeah, this goes down to the national level as well. So my opinion is very clear. You have to have it in. You have to look at where these two realms come together. It doesn't need to be in the same strategy or in the same document, but you have to address it at some point somewhere. And maybe to add one point. We also have a general strategy on the development of the higher education sector. And there's a big commitment by the Austrian Ministry for Internationalization. So you also have this in the general strategy for universities. And then you have the different kind of pillars of science and research and education.
Michael, do you agree with the statement, Jacob's statement?
Actually, in Slovakia, it's very similar than in Austria, that we have separately higher education policies and research policies, and it's generally like that. And it happened by developments that we had the idea about education in higher education and its internationalization, and then we knew that at the same time there will be a national strategy for science research and innovation being developed, which we did not want to interfere with, because you can have a lot of strategies. You know that every ministry, every department can write down a strategy, and usually some of them are not really corresponding to each other, even have opposite targets in them, which is a pity. So we decided to go on a smaller scale and dealing with internationalization in higher of education part of higher education, let's say. The other thing is why usually, and that's just my personal opinion, why these strategies for educating and strategy for doing research are separated are currently because research is such, and the quality of research can be measured only in international cooperations and on global level, because you cannot be successful with the research if you're just very local and nobody knows about you. That's generally accepted opinion in that. But when you look at on the other side of this coin that you have and have the education, you actually, for national needs and your employers, you don't need international people, because employers want we have some representative of employers who are really talking about masses and not about individuals when talking about students, and they see some process and what is the outcome of the process. It's not student, it's outcome. And for them, you don't need internationalization. So maybe also the universities and teachers are not really focusing primarily on why do I need to be international in my lessons, in my thing. So that's why usually you need to focus and give more examples on why is it necessary in the education, actually, for them and for all of the society to be international.
Yeah, it's really a similar approach which was mentioned by our minister. Yeah, that outcome is quite important, especially for market. Roman, your opinion, your point of view?
Yeah, for us it's quite the same as it was mentioned, mainly that these two fields are treated separately. For us, actually, it's a bit easier because in the education there are not that many players in Czechia than in the research. In the education, there's the agency and then the ministry, which are the main players in this. So, together with the National Accreditation Bureau, which is also, of course, involved in the discussions and needs to be involved in the strategy. But yeah, in the research, it's more more structured. We have more agencies on the national level which are cooperating. We have the Academy of Science and so on. So it's very much structured. So maybe it was also to have it more streamlined and have it easier, so that we had one strategy for the education, and they meet together, for example, in the strategy for innovation, which is on the governmental level. So on the governmental level it meets, but now we have it separately.
We've got one question from chat, really provocative. What can be done to combine the work and programs of Poland, Austria, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Finland to co-create internationalization together? How about establishing joint international organization to cooperate between these countries? Just one person, please, and we are going to audience, to our. Please.
Actually, there were some ideas about having something similar to Visegrad Fund with also other countries, but that's the decision of the politics, let's say. So it would be nice. It would make sense actually, because also already our countries are cooperating on various levels, also trilaterally, more laterally, multilaterally. But whether to establish a Central European Visegrad Fund or Slavkov Fund or whatever, it's up to the politics.
It's probably a really realistic approach. And we are going to the floor is yours, dear participants. Somebody would like to ask a Q&A session, please. Just a moment. We've got the microphone, please. The first row. Here, in the first row, we've got really active participant, please.
Thank you. Just rebounding on that question, in a way, internationalization at a country level is a bit of a contradiction in terms, especially when you think of student mobility. And Jacob, I liked your example of Innsbruck. And so my question would be, to what extent are you both decentralizing internationalization strategy? So you could imagine having a strategy for Innsbruck, Munich, and Bolzano. And you can imagine having another one for Maribor and Graz, for example. And in a similar way, and this rebounds on research and education, to what extent should an internationalization strategy be for different types of institutions within the country? So it's both decentralizing and then doing it across borders. So forgetting a little bit more about the countries. Is that something you're working on?
I can see that Jacob is noting something, so probably you are well prepared to this question.
I don't know about that. But maybe one answer from my perspective is that you have different, maybe different needs, different levels of how international an organization is and wants to be. So we have this one example of University of Klagenfurt, which is in the southern part of Austria, rather small university, and they decided very strategically to organize their international endeavor around the area of Italy and Slovenia. And this is what they work on, and this is where they look for their partner, the Alpen-Adria area. And I think this is it's a smart decision to do it that way, because as a small institution, you will not be able to kind of address the whole world. So I think needs are different also with respect to the type of a higher education institution. For example, another example is the Teacher Education College in Vienna. And they have a new strategy now because they want to look into the competencies their students are going to need in schools when they become teachers for the specific background of the Austrian pupils. Which come from very much from Turkey, from Serbia, but also these days from Ukraine, right, from Syria. And this is what they very much look into in their efforts of internationalization. And then last point, I think we do have strategy of the European universities. And this would be also example of making it more decentralized. And I think this is probably also how the European project in terms of higher education works, right?
Okay, somebody would like to add, but yeah, Michael, please, because we have got next question.
Yeah, just the idea from Slovak strategy. Of course, you cannot write strategy expecting everybody to participate in and to the full extent. That's why we have we have these ideas there how we want to see the higher education and support of students and support for teachers and other areas that are identified there. Then you have actions, and those actions are very variable. So universities can pick in which action they will participate in. Because I'm really a supporter of university autonomy and decisions in higher education and research. So you cannot prescribe to universities what to do, but you can give them a recipe and potential activities and make a motivational fund supporting, and then let them decide which way they want to and need to go in their actually targets and in their actually structures. So that was our approach, and we tried to write it in that way. We haven't expected that all will participate in every action. That was the idea behind it.
So taking long story short, first of all, not to damage. Please.
Justyna Gierzyńska, Fundacja Luminar, Luminar Foundation and Stability. I have a question for you regarding internationalization of the curriculum. You have mentioned quite rightly that internationalization at home is a key aspect of internationalization strategies. And it's also been mentioned that internationalization is a tool rather than an aim in itself toward quality in education. So my question is, to what degree do you note in your strategies or point in your strategies how universities, how higher education in general should approach internationalization of the curriculum, which is a part of internationalization at home, toward global education, toward educating people who will feel successful and will thrive in an international global market in their lives and in their professions?
Roman, this question is special for you.
Thank you. Yeah, as I mentioned, actually was one of the leitmotifs in our strategy was the global competencies and also the internationalization of curricula, the internationalization at home. I think it's still a lot of work to do in our case also. I think that there is the advantage that we can learn more from the European Universities Alliances, from the outputs that we have. So I think that's the advantage of Poland, that you can have a look at what was done and what was achieved in the alliances also, and to use some of these outputs and outcomes from the alliances. And also we see that the joint programs is one of the chapters that we tackle in the strategy, and it's something that we should really focus. And we see also that the European policies are in this way. So I think it also tackles the question about the joint strategies. So we have the joint strategy of the European policy. So this is also something that we should follow towards the goal that you mentioned. Yes.
Thank you for your answer. Just because we have to finish, unfortunately, we have to accelerate the activity because our agenda is full of attractions today. So just 2 or 3 words to sum up our panel discussion. Because you are already after some years of implementing the strategy, what was the hardest topic during the process of implementation? Just a few words, all of you, and advice for Nava, how to cope with this, how to struggle. Please, Mina.
I would advise concrete measures.
Concrete measures.
Follow up. Yeah.
Perfect. One. Next.
You have to have a good minister who fights for money.
Got it. We've got it.
Because if you don't have money for strategy, you can have a very nice strategy without being implemented.
Okay. Jacob, please, your advice.
My advice is to be clear from the beginning on what you want from a strategy. In Austria, we were not clear at the beginning, so we developed a whole a pile of measures, everything being prioritized. And in the end, we have a strategy on a very abstract level with aims that need to be followed, but we don't have the smart goals. We don't have the concrete measures. This was kind of a downer in the process for many people who participated and developed these measures. So you need to have a clear picture on what you want, and
clear picture of you want. Clear
also
you want.
Both
I remember this one.
Be on a strategic level, but also put some precise measures in there.
And Roman.
Yeah, thank you. I would say
your turn.
Two things. I would say that you should be ambitious in the strategy because we see that we set some goals a bit lower than we expected maybe, so really be ambitious. And another thing that we forget is some focus on the community abroad. The Poland has big Polish community abroad, and it's also very important to focus on these because you might think that they are Polish, but some of them they may be not that much anymore. They have different realities, so it's one of the big target groups to focus on the diasporas abroad.
Focus on the diasporas abroad. So we've got a great recipe. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for our panelists. Yeah. And of course, I encourage all of you to ask our guests questions during the coffee break and during whole day of FERS Congress for Internationalization Strategy. Thank you so much.
Dziękujemy serdecznie i zapraszamy Państwa na krótką przerwę kawową. Kawa będzie serwowana zarówno na pierwszym, jak i drugim piętrze.
We would like to thank the panelists. Now there will be a short coffee break in order to exchange impressions from the debate. Coffee will be offered during all breaks on both floors.
Szanowni Państwo, punktualnie o godzinie 12 rozpoczniemy sesje równoległe.
At noon sharp, we will start parallel sessions. Nie wiem, czy to
Szanowni Państwo, zanim rozpoczniemy sesje równoległe, pragniemy poinformować Państwa, że na pierwszym piętrze przez cały dzisiejszy dzień mogą Państwo zapoznać się z publikacjami dostępnymi na stoisku Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji. Dzisiaj również mogą Państwo zadawać pytania dotyczące programów agencji dyżurującym przy stolikach ekspertom NAWA.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the next part of our Congress, let me inform you that today you may visit stands of the Foundation for the Development of the Education System and Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange on the first floor. In those stands, you may familiarize with the publications issued by the Foundation and ask questions concerning NAWA programs to its employees.
O wspólnych podwójnych programach i dyplomach, o nowych trendach wynikających z inicjatywy Uniwersytety Europejskie, a także o koncepcji elastyczności wynikającej z mikropoświadczeń porozmawiają.
We will talk about joint double programs and diplomas, new trends resulting from the European University Alliances Initiative, as well as the concept of flexibility resulting from micro-credentials.
Andrea Brose, liderka Europejskiego Konsorcjum Innowacyjnych Uniwersytetów.
I ask to the floor Mrs. Andrea Brose, the educational lead of European Consortium of Innovative Universities, ECIU.
Profesor doktor habilitowany inżynier Andrzej Kraśniewski z Politechniki Warszawskiej reprezentujący konsorcjum Enhance.
Professor Andrzej Kraśniewski from Warsaw University of Technology, representing the Enhance Consortium.
Doktor habilitowany inżynier Paweł Śniatała, profesor Politechniki Poznańskiej, prorektor do spraw współpracy międzynarodowej, reprezentujący konsorcjum UNIC.
Professor Paweł Śniatała, Vice Rector for International Relations of Poznań University of Technology, representing the UNIC Consortium.
Aleksander Szuszniar, ekspert współpracujący w Centrum Zapewnienia i Doskonalenia Jakości, były członek Komitetu Wykonawczego Europejskiego Związku Studentów Konsorcjum UFI.
Mr. Aleksander Szuszniar, collaborating expert at the Center for Quality Assurance and Improvement, former member of the Executive Committee of the European Students' Union, ESU, representing UFI Consortium.
Z przyczyn niezależnych niestety nie dołączy do nas pan Peter van der Heyden, były dyrektor do spraw polityki szkolnictwa wyższego w Komisji Europejskiej.
Unfortunately, Mr. Peter van der Heyden, former Director of Higher Education Policy at the European Commission, will not be able to join us today.
Panel w języku angielskim poprowadzi profesor Dorota Piotrowska, dyrektorka Centrum Współpracy Międzynarodowej Politechniki Łódzkiej i koordynatorka konsorcjum ECIU.
The panel in English will be conducted by Professor Dorota Piotrowska, Director of the Center for International Cooperation of the Łódź University of Technology and coordinator of the ECIU Consortium.
Przypominamy, że ostatnie 15 minut panelu poświęcimy na pytania z sali oraz czatu. Zachęcamy Państwa do włączania się do dyskusji.
Please be reminded that the last 15 minutes of the panel will be devoted to questions from the room and chat. We encourage all of you to join the discussion.
Thank you so much for introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's already noon, so afternoon already. Please join me in applauding my experts. I'm really happy to have them here. It was not easy. Thank you. Yes, our session will be organized a bit differently than usual. It is divided in some blocks, 4 blocks, and each block will be introduced by an expert, and then we will comment a little bit, and at the end, as it was mentioned, there will be a Q&A session. So please feel free to ask any questions, share your perspective, and so on. Apologies for Peter. Unfortunately, Peter today is a victim of digitalization because he thought he could travel on the digital version of his ID. And then he realized this morning that it is not possible, so he could not get on the plane. So sorry for that. I will do my best to comment Peter's slides, and that's really a shame because Peter is the most brave expert from our our team, always presenting some controversial, but as I said, I will do my best to make it on his place. So let's get started. Before we move to the discussion, before we move to our experts' point of view, let me introduce as briefly as possible the topic. It is a sort of hot topic right now. There's a lot of discussion going on around international programs. Yes. So first of all, probably everyone in this auditorium knows that on 27th of March, European Commission has launched a blueprint for a European degree. This is very important strategical document, followed by two proposals of two recommendations around quality assurance system and academic careers. And this is a real game changer in our higher education activities. And also many other documents that European Commission launched in previous months and then years. You can see European skills agenda. You can see, of course, European strategy for universities, and also some other programs being a part of European education area. All this is very much focused on the future shape of European higher education, but also Polish higher education. And within this European strategy for universities, you can find many issues that have been already set up and designed within Bologna process. And this is a very, I would say, amazing thing, at least for me, because we are not still able to put into practice some tools, instruments that have been designed many years ago, like lifelong learning, non-formal, informal learning, recognition of prior learning. All this was already mentioned and designed within Bologna process. So right now we do our best to make a European education area a reality and to implement at least some instruments that could make our higher education finally more open to lifelong learning, more open to recognition of prior learning. This is also a very important aspect. And within this strategy, this is the slide coming from the European strategy for higher education. It's not very well visible, but what I would like you to see, this is just 4 key actions, 4 flagship initiatives that are right now the pillars of the future development of European higher education area. And you can see on the very first place that we would like our university to become more internationally oriented, to make this European dimension of a higher education a reality. It is also very important to develop some activities around the future-proof skills of our graduates, and also to make this European value, European dimension of European life more visible among European societies. So all this is mentioned. This is strategy for higher education, but you will see there many aspects of like economic development, social development, very much focused on the future development, upskilling, reskilling of our societies. So it is not very much focused on education. However, it is showing the direction we should follow as universities in the future. And of course, degree as a degree is a really hot topic right now. As I mentioned, the blueprint for European degree has been launched. However, the topic, the most important, I would say, pillar of this discussion is around the definition of a qualification. And I would say this slide and this definition specifically will be a game changer for the future development of educational services provided by universities. As you can see on this slide, the degree, the qualification, is just an outcome of an assessment and validation process. This slide shows very clearly that to get your diploma, you don't have to complete the study program. And this is the game changer. This is the way we should, I would say, design the future development of educational services at our universities. And what is also, this is the definition, official definition of a qualification from, as you can see from the European Framework for Lifelong Learning. This is the Council recommendation, and the official recommendation also adopted in Poland at our national level by referencing report. And as you can see, all those degrees, full degrees or partial degrees, like micro-credentials, can be, according to this definition, achieved through a variety of learning paths, like formal, non-formal, informal settings, and also in different national and international contexts. So this is the official definition of a qualification adopted by European Commission, also adopted by our Ministry of Higher Education and our country. I think this is the real as I said, game changer for the future design, future shape of the Polish higher education. On the other side, we are right now very much focused on lifelong learning, upskilling, reskilling, making our universities real lighthouses for the future development of Europe. As you probably realized, our area, higher education area, became very competitive, right? There are many educational providers. There are many corporate universities serving a very nice education based on very, innovative approaches with a very nice infrastructure. So right now we should do our best to make universities useful for the future development of our societies. As you can see, also micro-credentials will play a crucial role in this process. So there are many opportunities, and of course, European universities became the most important leading, I would say, driving force in this process. And this initiative, very innovative one, also shown that it is possible to cooperate, beyond the formal national schemes, right? And for all universities already cooperating in different alliances already know that this international culture became our everyday reality. Right now, we see that it is not only important to engage the strategic level of our university or engage the, some people working for the given project. It is important to engage many operational, tactical, and strategical level of our university. And idea of European universities has proved that it can be done and we can manage this process as well. As you can see, but on the other side, we will have about, in 2 months, we will have 60 universities, 60 European alliances, right? So it will be about 10% of European universities probably engage in this initiative. What about the rest? The rest should follow. Right? It is not true that what is done within European alliances can only be done within European alliances. Many activities, as you will see today, can be followed, can be also done on the level of regular networks, on the level of regular projects. And as you can see, there are many possibilities to get some financial support, to get some organizational support. And by the way, you can see on the slide some projects like Strategic Partnership, Welcome to Poland, Catamaran, and also Spinnaker, NAVA projects. And by the way, they are right now open, so you can not only get inspired, but also you can apply for some additional money. Why it is important? Because people working in NAVA, I met Magda Jarzyńska this morning, and this is just an example of the way they develop those programs. They all covered very current trends that are right now going on the European level. So it is really good to take a look at those goals and get some inspiration. What are the future development and future challenges in higher education? The same with BIP, the same with Erasmus Plus. We have no time today to discuss every single program, but believe me, like just reading the official documentation, all those initiatives, you can find a very clear learning path to your institutions. Okay, so there is a very strong need for flexibility, very strong need for inclusive education, inclusive learning for people with diverse profiles. Right now, we can not only focus on regular students, we should do our best to attract lifelong learners, to make universities a useful place for lifelong learning, for future upskilling, reskilling, for the future development of our societies. And of course, we should learn about some innovative opportunities for upskilling, reskilling, to find some new inspiration across universities in Europe, and some, of course, interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary learning opportunities across campuses. So all this is just new shape, the pillar for the new shape, new design of the higher education in Europe. And as you can see, this list is maybe not very long. However, I would say it's really, really challenging. So how to do that? Is this really possible to cover all those challenges, all those responsibilities, being just university, public university? I hope it is. So today we are very happy to have our experts, and I do hope you will find some inspiration how to make it happen, how to make all those, how to cover all those challenges, and how to make them the reality at your institutional level. So let's get started by Professor Paweł Śniatała from Poznań University of Technology. I must say I am extremely proud of Poznań University of Technology, especially Professor Śniatała was very much involved. The only university, European Alliance, being a leader, this Polish leader. So congratulations one more time for your success. And please let us know, yes, the only Polish leader for European Alliance. Could you please tell us a little bit more what specific practice, educational practice, do you share within your alliance, and how do they impact the future development of the internationalization at your alliance, at your university as well?
Thank you very much. Thank you for a nice introduction. So maybe some correction. First of all, I would prefer to use the word coordinator than leader. So it's better, it's safer to say it. But of course, we also try to lead the whole community. But leader means that if someone else will not make what was asked for, the leader has to make it up. So actually, a few words. This direction, yes. Few numbers. Actually, Dorota already mentioned about some of them. What is important that in 2019 we started with I will explain the code what is there. So 54 applications. Finally, 17 was selected, which means it was 114 higher education institutions. You were right about this briefly 10% because as you see at the top, right now we have 5,000 higher education institutions in Europe. And according to the numbers, so many students, faculty, staff, and so on. However, the next call, 2020, it was 62 applications with 24 winners, and that time 165 higher education institution. So next, the renew of the project, which was in 2022, we already had a continuation for 16. So as you see, one less and 4 new alliances. And accordingly, 2023, 24 continuation, which means all of them, and 6 new. And I really congratulate for the new alliances because as you see, the competition was very strong. So the 6 out of 39. So it was really something to be a winner at that time. And right now in the 2024 call, we'll see, but we expected, as Dorota said, 10 more alliances. Budget is 189 and so on. Well, budget looks impressive, but it depends how you see at it. So if I want to impress someone, I agree, which is true that I got, I got, but of course, my alliance got a 14.4 million euro, a lot of money. But next comma, divided by 10 partners and divided by 4 years, it gives you only 300 something thousand euro. So in fact, it's not about money at all, absolutely. So I would say that it is more about really willing to implement all of those ideas which you mentioned about, not about money. However, I hope and we hope that the future will be still good. The European Commission is planning to continue the project. Well, we are also no longer talk about it as a project, it's rather like a mission. But also, we hope that we will involve very much our state members. So about the innovation, and I would say rather what is the added value of the European universities. Because when we are talking about innovation, all of us at our universities, we try, it is continuous process to introduce some innovation all over, the research, teaching, and administration organization. However, for sure, I would say that it allowed us. I mean, the European University allows to create complementary programs, complementary courses, which mean that I will use examples from my topic, which is computer science. That, for example, in our case, I use many times this example. We started cybersecurity program and we invited not all of partners, but those who really can have some added value to this particular topics. And the same here is just a small self-advertising that from our side, for example, we as a Poznań University of Technology, we offer a unique facility to the Alliance, which in our case, as you see, is our airport, dedicated not only for aircrafts but also for experiment with drones, with the robots, with the astronomical telescope. So it is something what we can offer to our alliance to be complementary to other resources. And speaking about the European universities, I always have in mind not only those universities who are members of such alliances, but also how we can input to our whole academic family, Polish, European, and even the bigger one. So this multi-place summer school, it is my idea, which actually I try to spread, that if we have guest students from abroad, probably for them it's very interesting to spend some time in Poznań, which is nice city, but I think that they will be very happy to visit at the same time several other universities, either in Poland or even the Europe. So I have this experience with Peruvian people, Peruvian students, as well as students from US, but also it works, actually right now, I would say even better, it works with the faculty and staff exchange. So recently I had a guest from San Diego State University. Also, I invited her not only to my university, to Poznan University of Technology, but it was an invitation to European University. I use it, this additional arguments, especially when I am in the US. That talking with me is another my anecdote, which I used to repeat. Speaking with me, you are talking to the whole Europe, not only to one Poznan University of Technology, but to the whole Europe. So it's about this new opportunities that we as an alliance became more attractive for other partners. And maybe how to back. Look at the Polish map over there. Right now, if I counted it properly, we have 23 Polish members in alliances. So our Polish international family became bigger. And how we can use it. Again, it is example what Dorota already mentioned, but you saw my slides before. That we can use this as a way how we can spread our new ideas. And again, just two examples. First one I already mentioned about that cybersecurity program. So the idea started at, let's say, at one of our university. In the slide, I put Poznan University of Technology. Next, we found some partners within the unis. The next circle is our Polish international family. So I just talked with my colleagues from other Polish university, but it means again that I talked with the representative of the whole Europe. So speaking with Staszek, for example, here from Jagiellonia University, in fact, I will spoke with your alliance. So, and finally, the third circle is our colleagues from all over the world. Well, in this example, it was about the cybersecurity. However, another example which you can see on here is a metaverse. That one was the opposite direction. That we got a grant from the company related to metaverse. We already started some research activity related to the use of metaverse and actually in general virtual reality we're in a medical university, so and even I noticed that there's a neurological clinic here. We use it to for rehabilitation for patients after the stroke. And here I just told to the company, other people, hey, but we can spread this idea over the whole Europe. So it is also very, very important. So I just listed here also some this innovation added value, but also we have to think about this new threats, which of course we can also find. Speaking about these new technologies, I will not start the whole story about AI or also about metaverse. There are pros and cons, of course. But let me mention that, and I will be end. 7 minutes already. Okay, so about the new opportunities for research activities. The first part of the European universities activities were focused on teaching mostly and organization issue. And in fact, based on the survey, the group of people who really profits from the initiative are at the first time were staff. Next, students, and now it's time for the researchers, just to show them they also can have some good input from the university. And I will just end that last year when we were also in Gdańsk, at that time in the University of Gdańsk, it was a special conference dedicated focus on Ukraine, also organized by NAVA. And over there, I met ladies from National Science Foundation. She had a presentation there, Maria Kukla, and she advertised a new program, Impress You. And right now, after 1 year, actually, my university is one of the beneficiary of this program in cooperation with San Diego State University. So it's really true what Dorota said, that you can also get some inspiration from today's conference, even this very, very material one as a funds for research. I think it's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Paweł Śniadała. And it was UNIS, as I said, consortium. Please take a seat, maybe. Yes. Okay, okay, no problem. Yes, that was UNIS case. And we can see very clearly that European alliances, it's a very nice platform to share good practice and to learn faster. Because we, at least at my ECIU university, I have right now very easy access to different resources, educational resources, and I learn faster. This is the most important added value. How does it look at your enhanced university? Andrzej, could you please comment shortly?
I can comment on the last issue mentioned by Paweł. I mean, this integration of various, say, groups of academic community, teachers, researchers, integrating education and research, very important topic. There is an ongoing discussion about this new investment fund you mentioned on one of your slides, and I can say that in our consortium alliance, Enhance Alliance, we have a kind of sister project called Enhanceria, funded from Horizon Europe. So there is a real synergy between the two, and both teachers and researchers have some, say, common goals to achieve. Another, say, construct or concept to integrate communities, international communities, not only researcher communities and teacher communities, but the whole, say, academic communities of various universities, is something in our, say, governmental structure of the consortium. We have a body called Advisory Assembly, in which representatives of different groups of academic community are members of, including professors, young researchers, students, and professionals or members of administrative staff. And they talk to each other, present their perspectives, and this way, I think there is they benefit from this. And what I would also like to mention is that European Universities Initiative is a kind of flagship initiative of the European Union, and it is directed more towards education, say, than research. And this is very important because we are basically, it's a good step towards giving teaching a much desired parity of esteem. This is what teachers really need and sometimes are lacking of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander, what about you, Fa? Could you please tell us, manage this international impact on your university institutional development?
Yes, well, the first thing, and one thing that of course resonated very much from the presentation of Professor Śniatła, and by the way, this is something I think all alliances are working for, is in strengthening these synergies, meaning that of course we don't all have to be strong in all fields, but we need to recognize that and then use those resources effectively and efficiently. And that's a huge added value of alliances. So the kind of a strength in diversity. When we talk about internationalization, and I will maybe focus a little bit more narrowly on mobility here, what we do on the educational side in the Youth Alliance is basically offer what we call a free level educational scheme, which ranges from, on one hand, students being able to take up single courses or activities in any combination that they want, meaning also in any number and any volume that they want, completely freely. So it's just kind of a joint offer on a joint UFA level. That would be the first level. Then we offer 30 ECTS modules, which are essentially micro-credentials, but we'll hear a bit more about micro-credentials later. And finally, we are developing, and we are currently undergoing the accreditation process for a full joint bachelor program. At the same time, we are just starting to pilot joint lifelong learning modules. When we look at all of this, what we're trying, which of course that we have to have this European dimension in all of this. And what we have encountered is something what I would call trying to establish new models and find new solutions, but using existing old tools, categories, mechanisms, including funding mechanisms. And that's something that I would definitely highlight as a challenge. Maybe just to use this as an example, of course, we rely heavily, almost exclusively, on Erasmus Plus funding for mobility, and we have a 12 months limit of the time that the students can spend on mobility. On the other hand, our alliances are expected to go beyond what is already there, and we want to do that. And that's just one of the examples. There are many other formal, structural, legal, administrative rules which prevent the alliances from doing not only what they want to do, but what we are being asked to do. Some other examples, accreditation rules in some countries preventing students from taking online or hybrid courses from other countries. So it has to be exactly same mode as in the sending country. Now, these type of things are something that our alliances still have a lot of work to do. And of course, it's easy to complain about external limits, right? Often it's in legislation, as in my example with accreditation or with Erasmus Plus funding rules. But one thing that I would mention is that one thing that the alliances have to work on, that it's going to take a lot of time for alliances to overcome, is also the fact that when you have many universities with different internal structures, internal rules and procedures, that it is very difficult to establish something that is easy, streamlined, simple for students. But it has taken us all relatively a lot of time to do that with, for example, Erasmus Mobility. So I'm optimistic that the alliances will be successful in the long run. But my point was more in the need to really sometimes change the fundamental structure internally and externally if we want to offer new solutions and not use the old elements to create something new.
Yes, but this is exactly this, exciting journey we are embarking on, being a part of European alliances. And you mentioned also this micro-credential. This is kind of hot topic right now, a game changer again for educational offers, for educational providers, not only formal ones, but also informal, non-formal. But before we go to informal and lifelong learning, I'd like to ask Andrzej maybe to share some experiences, how to make micro-credentials a part of a regular educational process, a part of educational program, study program. The pilot, yeah.
Thank you, Dorota. I'm supposed to talk about challenges and opportunities, but I will start with opportunities. I think there are various opportunities for various, groups. For students, the most essential, I think, opportunity is to get some extra competencies with courses and other forms of educational offers not available at their home institution. And I'm talking here not only about micro-credentials, but also about other forms of so to say, short-term educational provision. For example, at our alliance, there is a form called language tandems, where students or members of academic staff talk with each other in their native languages, and that's the way we promote multilingualism within our, say, alliance. There are also other forms quite popular, like hackathons or challenge-based competitions with awards funded by external companies and sometimes our associated partners. Perhaps the most important things behind micro-credential is that they allow for international experience without long-term physical mobility. Sometimes even without any physical mobility, then we can talk about internationalization at home. All this makes the process of studying more attractive, and we have some examples of that prove that this is really attractive. For example, we have 1,500 registered users at our language tandem platform hosted by Warsaw University of Technology. We received more than 500 applications for some 40 places in our hackathon, which will be held in 2 weeks in Warsaw, including more than 200 applications from the Politecnico di Milano. Italians are, for some reason, very interested in this form. And we are receiving kind of enthusiastic, say, testimonials from participants of our summer or winter schools. From the perspective of a university like our university and society at large, we can actually relying on micro-credentials is perhaps the only way to receive the level of internationalization we are talking about, something like 20%. With the traditional Erasmus long-term mobility, it might seem unrealistic. Micro-credentials and other forms of short-term provision allow us also to be more agile, to respond to requests or to changes, like, for example, responding to challenges related to the developments in artificial intelligence and stay competitive, facing the competition from, say, international commercial companies, educational companies. We can also respond to requests from employers which consider longer, say, forms of educational provision like 2-semester programs, quite popular in Poland, as being too complex, too time-consuming, and too expensive. Finally, we can experiment at low risks with those shorter forms. Low risk means that the consequences of possible or potential failure are much less harmful and easier to manage than in the case of, say, degree programs. Let's move to challenges. First and perhaps most important one is insufficient funding, in particular for short-term mobility and also development of various forms of short-term offers. Another one is kind of limited interest of academic staff in developing all those micro-credentials and other forms of short-term offers. This is, of course, the consequence of the lack of parity between teaching and research. And there are also other, say, obstacles, legal, administrative, and technical barriers like different national and institutional requirements regarding recognition, quality assurance, different academic calendars, difficulties in accessing, say, IT infrastructures by short-term exchange students, issues related to data protection, and sometimes underestimated issue of providing affordable accommodation for students who go for a short, say, 1 week learning experience at different institutions. There are also other, say, barriers, but I can say that the most general is the acceptance barrier. Micro-credentials are quite a new concept, and it will take some time before it will get recognized by academic communities and employers. Perhaps surprisingly, there is no problem with the mutual trust. Our institution is located several hundreds of places behind most of our partners in international rankings of universities, but it is responsible for, I can say, key tasks in the development of our alliance and has received a substantial proportion of European funds received by the alliance. And how to address this challenge? We can try to do it at the European level through dedicated, say, sustainable funding. Someone, I don't remember who, said that the European Commission wants us to reach the moon and provided us with a bicycle to do that. And yes, this issue is addressed in the upcoming statement by the European University Association, which in its draft version of May 2nd says, substantial leap in support needed to ensure sustainability and positive impact of alliances and transnational cooperation in Europe's universities is needed. We have, of course, we can expect some, say, initiatives at the European level regarding the information in infrastructure, such as European learning model. At the national level, of course, the same thing. I mean, some funding, dedicated funding programs, and actually, I think we are receiving from NAVA, for example, some extra funding, and NAVA is very well recognized among our partners. People in, say, Berlin, Zurich, Milan, highly appreciate various forms of support we are receiving from NAVA, in particular for cooperation with our associated partners from Ukraine. At the institutional level, I think that information and communication and promotion is key. and fostering differentiation in academic careers, in particular appraising the career in education. We have to internationalize our offers by offering more courses in different languages, not only English, and of course provide more online blending or hybrid provision. And this is the last slide just to demonstrate that we are not talking about, say, theoretical concept, but we really issue micro-credentials. This is an example of a certificate in data literacy, which is composed of 3 modules, one offered by Aachen, the other, second one in the form of a winter or summer school by Warsaw University and Technology, and there is the third component, kind of to select by the student from any institution. And you can see the logo of NAVA, as this winter school was supported by the program of NAVA.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Andrzej, for showing us the very important aspect for micro-credentialing. I will let you go. Yeah. Yes. Micro-credentials for sure make our study programs more open to elective courses, right? Making elective courses a reality instead of placing like language courses for a Polish accreditation board or physical education courses as elective courses. We can easily make and use micro-credentials provided by many European partners within European Alliance. Andrea, I think it would be very nice to get your point directly with your presentation. Yeah, yeah, you can comment within. Yeah, just to make it, flexible. Always learning about flexibility to make, higher education more flexible. Sorry, not easy. That's why. Are you okay? Yeah. Yeah. So yes, we will right now move to micro-credentials provided for lifelong learners, because this is also a very important aspect to make our higher education not only open to regular students, but making it useful for upskilling, reskilling. And Andrea right now will share with you ECIU perspective, European University Consortium of Innovative Universities. But in the meantime, please comment a little bit. How does it look for regular students as well? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will try to do my best in commenting also on. Can you hear me here?
Yeah.
Yes. And where is actually the remote?
Yeah, I'm remote. Andrzej, could you please?
Okay, I saw it.
Let me see.
Yeah, here, this little small guy. Thank you. Okay, so let me continue and comment at the same time. This is where I can point at.
Yes.
Yeah. So while my predecessor got the question, what are the potential challenges and opportunities introducing micro-credentials, in particular into study programs when it becomes interesting for internationalization efforts, I'm supposed to address a little bit how can we do it with some success stories, perhaps. So first, addressing the potential challenges and opportunities, I could just, repeat more or less what my predecessor said. These are the common ones. We can imagine them. I would like to address just one that goes one perhaps meta level up, and that is, I think we are not thoroughly enough separating between trying to combine the internationalization efforts with also the lifelong learning aspect. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was in Brussels, invited by the Belgian presidency in the Conference for Lifelong Learning. And there it was also transparent. Our European countries, for the most part, do not actually satisfy the KPIs we set ourselves when it comes to lifelong learning. And it doesn't need to be repeated. We do need upskilling and reskilling all the time of our workforce, existing one. Also, the ones that graduate from our universities will soon need up and reskilling. So we need to address this. So when it comes to the micro-credentialing, this is a great opportunity to actually address the need for re and upskilling, which is what the lifelong learning aspect, or more or less the continuous education aspect, is. we are trying to combine this and push this into our existing structures in our universities, which are known to develop rather slowly. And that makes it often not clear enough and also difficult. And that makes anywhere from academic to administrative staff resisting this a big change our universities need to undergo in order to address lifelong learning. So micro-credentialing, great opportunity for lifelong learning. I think it can also and should enrich our regular student learners' learning processes. Yet, the study programs our universities have, they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, many of them are way too rigid, especially in engineering fields. You have them way too rigid with too few electives. So micro-credentials are one way to also promote much more flexibility in your study programs, but for lifelong learning, it's a bigger aspect. So this would be my additional comment for my predecessor, and then I would like to move on into the how. And so I'm giving you a little bit the perspective of our alliance. So just a few words on our alliance, and then getting into some hows. We are also one of the European alliances. We are the largest one with 12 partners. I can only repeat what the first speaker said. Looks like a lot of money, but divided by 4 and divided by 12 partners, not much is left. Anyways, I'm not talking about money. It's always easy to complain about that. ECIU, European Consortium of Innovative Universities. We are lucky enough that we are a consortium that knows each other and builds on a 28-year-long trust, I believe. I think that's how old my older daughter is, because my daughter was born, ECIU was born in 1997. So we are a long partnership, and we can build on trust and experience. We knew how to talk to each other. That was a great advantage. We also had the advantage of being right in the first round funded for European universities, and I'm happy to be part of shaping part of European education that way. I dive right into the hows. So I'm not going to give you a whole big overview of what our project is about, but focusing on this idea of micro-credentials, let's please take a moment to be aware that micro-credentials is both used for the actual learning offering often, as well as the actual credential you get. And sometimes we are not really clear what we're talking about, the actual learning opportunity I participate in and the actual credential. So those will be also use this word interchangeably here in this context. There's a little laundry list on the right side, and each of those can be, dived in for quite some time in illustrating how or what we should be doing in order to make them successful. What micro-credentials, the actual credits, can provide us with is a way of actually stacking up one's already existing and still developing competencies as we need them in reskilling, upskilling, but also for our student learners. So the keyword of stackability often is very important. For that we need, though, for that we need standards. We need agreement across Europe in how we do that, because we have different ideas of how we stack things. These modules or whatever learning opportunities we offer, they need to be credit bearing. What does it mean, credit bearing? It's not that trivial. In order to actually provide for that official certificate, also my predecessor mentioned it, we need to have formulated intended learning outcomes for these learning opportunities. Intended learning outcomes, then we need to assess them whether the learner, whether standard, traditional learner, or lifelong learner, has actually achieved those intended learning outcomes to a sufficient degree, followed by and also an underlying ECTS that volume of learning represents. And when the micro word comes in, we are not even agreeing across Europe on what does micro mean to us. That's kind of good because we have different models of introducing micro-credentials. Some introduce micro in the context of it being micro to a full-fledged program degree. 180 ECTS for a bachelor, that's a lot. Micro could be just 30 ECTS, something like a minor. In our consortium, we actually use micro in a very different way. We are really talking about micro offerings modules, 1 to 2 ECTS. So we're not talking about these kind of sub-degrees, but we're talking about that. So again, we do not have the standards. So we need to be very careful when we are implementing this in our universities and then want to roll it out across Europe to face that we are talking about different units and about different dimensions. Another aspect of micro-credentialing of the how is, what is it good if I have a micro-credential here, piece of paper, and I go to Poland with it. They can't read it. So how can we actually transfer and transport that degree? So this whole issue of transportability comes in. Wouldn't it be great to have this wallet, this digital wallet, but that needs to be quality assured. We have to safeguard it, that it's not a fake document. So again, we have this issue of setting standards in Europe, how we do it, setting the formats to help every alliance or every university that jumps later on board to not having to reinvent all the mechanics. Side note to that, small recommendation if I had to give one to Polish universities. If you are not familiar yet with micro-credentialing and you say, it's not academic enough, I mean, these small things, we need programs. We're not wanting to get rid of programs. That's not the aim. The aim is just to supplement it also by these micro units. If you have not done so yet, take the opportunity. Right now, we are in a phase where things are developed. And if your university already learns how to walk with this terminology and implementation of micro-credentials, have your administrative and academic staff be familiar with it, you're at least ready when your ministry comes and says, like, no, every university has to do it. So take the opportunity to experiment with it. Then you are one of the front runners, or at least you're not the last one needing to speed up. The next one, that is actually addressing also the sharing part, which is the open co-creation model. We have a great opportunity in Europe to do so. We are, for the large part, know each other's countries very, very well. And so having the open part in all our products, in our initiatives, in our first templates we are developing is a great added benefit. The recognition is the last one that kind of all goes in one symphony, so to speak. The recognition is only made easy if we do understand each other's. I kind of started out with that one in the beginning. So these are just aspects that we need in Europe in order to be one of the front runners. Other countries, Asia and the United States, of course, as we often know, they're already kind of ahead of us. They have it a little easier because they don't have a Europe. But for us, it's an opportunity to actually provide something even better. The last few words I would like to spend on is just in how our university, ECI University, our alliance, tries to embed the hopefully added benefit in education also through micro offerings and micro modules in a wholesome challenge-based approach. And that includes the often most mentioned three parts of education, research, and innovation. I'm from Germany, and in the Humboldtian sense, you cannot separate education and research. You cannot. They belong to the ones that are teaching are the ones that are doing research. Yes, your university may have, lecturers that are just lecturing, but even they still are engaged in further developing the front of the academic field. So we can't separate them. So it's important in a challenge-based, wholesome approach to take all three into consideration.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for sharing. Yes, it is true. Let me share with you the experience I've got from UCL, University College London. In one classroom, one day I met regular students, lifelong learners, graduate students being passionate about the topic. And this is the real aspect of Bologna system, right? It is not only about, achieving some learning outcomes, achieving some skills to get the degree, to put them into this qualification framework, like qualification pathway, but also to collect some achievements for lifelong learning. So that is why within many European alliances, we can find such an initiative that apart from awarding a student with a diploma, we award them with learning passports, right? They can get some, proofs of additional skills, making them very diverse, very different, because right now we in many study programs we have graduates with exactly the same profile, the same competence profile. So this is also the way we can make them more diverse, and we can make this Bologna system a reality, because it is not only about collecting achievements for the qualification. It's about collecting achievements for lifelong learning. Thank you so much, Andrea. Alexander, how does it look, the micro-credential policy, I will call it like this, at Youth Alliance?
Yeah, not the policy. The policy we are currently developing actually, and it's something where we are exploring some paths forward. But I will share with you some thoughts and something that actually the previous speakers have already touched upon. And the first issue that I always signal out is almost terminological. What is a micro-credential? So I hope that you will excuse me. I'm a philosopher by education, so I have to ask these type of questions. But I think it matters because the words are at the same time the concepts and the categories that we use, and we often use them in opposition. A full degree, a full program, a micro qualification, micro credential. And we have heard from Andrea how ECIU defines it as a very small unit of 2 to 3 ECTS. We don't have a standard definition in Europe. So for example, we would say, yeah, the minors that we're doing, the 30 ECTS modules are micro credentials. But where does it stop? How about 45 ECTS? The largest volume that I have heard of says 59, and the logic there is 60 is already QF level 5 short program, full qualification. But the point I'm trying to make is that this is all arbitrary, and we should much more look towards, Dorota emphasized, it's about the competences. And of course, the harmonization of higher education systems in Europe has brought us amazing benefits. But let's be honest, maybe it has led to a bit of overstandardization. What if to learn something, you need 17 ECTS. To learn something else, you need 50 ECTS. To learn something else, you need 160 ECTS. My point would be more, who cares? And that's why what we need is kind of break down the barriers from between these concepts of micro credentials, short programs, full programs. Doesn't matter. We have competences, and that's the only thing that matters. And then we have all the different things that we need to achieve those competences, among them the student workload that we measure in ECTS. That means that we should also be careful not to automatically put micro credentials within the, let's say, lifelong learning, and that's on one side, and formal full study programs on the other side. No, it needs to all be part of the same category. The students might, after secondary education, not go to full programs. They might want to go to short programs, do micro credentials, come back in the future. At the end, all of it might be stackable in the form of full qualification. It might not. But basically, we need to think from the perspective of the learner's needs and make sure that the system is fit for purpose, and not the other way around. Have these boxes and then forcefully squeeze the competences in these boxes.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander. Very shortly, what about unis? Do you provide any micro credentials already?
Not yet. We are very close to it. But I agree that we have to, there's no one definition about that, but absolutely it's true that students need to have a possibility to enhance their knowledge about some specific additional skills. So in my opinion, micro credentials are very necessary, but on the other hand, they will not replace let's say the old basic old school academic school, because it means that probably we will not have a micro credential for basic physics. We will not have micro credential for mathematics, probably not even for the philosophy.
Right.
But we need it for the maybe some particular programming language or some other stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure, micro credentials will play a crucial role for the future development of our educational offer. And I do hope, this is my great ambition and dream, that one day we will also have a full degree based totally on micro-credential. This is something we've been discussing within the very important pilot project run by European Commission. This is a FOSI project. And before I let Alexander to, yes, please come. But before I will give you the floor, let me congratulate officially. Alexander was the person who was able to lead the very, I would say difficult consortium of 3 alliances. It was UFE, it was EPICUR and ECIU combined together to work together on the European degree, right? And we learned a lot. We learned about different perspectives, and congratulations, because you were a great leader. It was a great pleasure to work with you, Alexander. And today, Alexander will also tell you what are the main challenges we see behind this European degree approach. Blueprint is already announced. However, we also see some additional challenges, additional opportunities as well for the future development. And Alexander, the floor is yours. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Dorot, and also for the kind words. Also, although I would say that the task was very difficult, not the consortium. Thanks to people like you, actually, the consortium caused me to feel that it was really a pleasure to work on this project. But thank you very much, and thank you and all the other colleagues as well. Yes, so the task itself, as I said, was indeed complex, and I will try to present that a little bit. But what you see on the screen now is the composition of the FOSSI consortium. So, as Dorota said, 3 alliances, ECIU, Epicure, and UFE, 8 universities representing these 3 alliances. Now, before I go into the methodology of our project that we actually just finished in April, maybe just a few words about the fundamentals of the European degree initiative itself. So a bit more than a year ago, the European Commission came up with this initiative and with a call for projects who would pilot this concept. Now the basic idea is, and firstly, couple again of the terminological clarifications. This is about, that's the starting point, what I'm explaining now. The starting point was, this is about joint programs. So not double or multiple programs, not about any other format, no, strictly about joint programs. We all recognize, and of course the Commission recognizes, that there aren't that many joint programs, and there are even less students enrolled in those joint programs in Europe. Okay. The idea was, let's come up with a set of criteria, and if these joint programs are compliant with those criteria, then one of 2 scenarios can happen. One is a European degree is issued to graduates of these joint programs. Here, this would mean it's a new type of a qualification. Again, just for clarity, not some new type of qualification at the European level, but a new type of qualification integrated in national qualifications frameworks. So that would be one scenario. Or a second scenario would be that a label is issued along with a diploma, along with the degree of these joint programs. And again, the label signifies that this program complies with this European criteria, making it kind of a European degree. So that's the basic, these are really the basics that we were asked to pilot. And now what we then undertook to do was firstly start with the needs analysis. So we start on the left-hand side. We first talked with our stakeholders, with our associated partners, and discussed different aspects of this initiative. Based on that, 2 streams of activities were conducted. One you can consider more formal or structural. These would relate to things like legal, administrative, and procedural considerations, because as you can see from the introduction that I said, this does have some strong implications for the legal frameworks and for this interaction between the national and European level. The other methodology, which we here on the slide you can see as methodology of applying the label criteria or the degree criteria, is more substantive. It's about testing and validating which criteria should these programs be measured against, and how can you actually use those criteria to evaluate the programs. Based on that, we then actually conducted a pilot evaluation. So what we did, we took joint programs, but, and this will be very important for our conclusions, also some other models that are not full programs. So we took all of that and we tried to apply the criteria. The criteria were set from the beginning, by the way, at least the draft version. So we tried to pilot it. We learned something from it. And from that, we developed everything that you see on the right-hand side of this slide, which are basically a set of policy recommendations. That was the main outcome of our project. Now, these are some key characteristics of our projects, and I mentioned already many of these things, but I would maybe emphasize this thing that you can see connected with the yellow line, that of course when you look at, you have this European criteria for issuing a European degree, you have existing programs, and that when you do this evaluation, it's almost like a constructive alignment. Well, one line of thinking can be, yes, the program is not compliant, but the program should improve in the future to be compliant. Or you can say, because we are trying to validate the criteria, you can say that the criteria themselves need to be refined. And of course, our consortium has sent many suggestions of improvement of the criteria themselves. I think I covered all the other points. And when we talk about the policy recommendations as our main outcome, here you can just see 5 policy areas where we proposed some solutions, proposed some paths forward. The first one would be the purpose of the European degree or the European degree label. And if Peter van der Heijden was here today with us, he would challenge this. And many other people would challenge this. Scope, very important. I will talk about that on the next slide, the final slide. Fitness of the proposed criteria. This is what I just explained. But I will further emphasize that it's not only about the criteria. It's about how you use the criteria. In other words, it's about the evaluation methodology. The legal frameworks, of course, all the administrative and procedural considerations, and finally the policy framework, or what you can consider the infrastructure for the European degree. And finally, I will just share with you some key recommendations from our project. These are really the key messages that we always try to send out. The first and foremost, we need to expand the scope. And this is very much related to what I just said, but I think that Dorota and a couple of other colleagues mentioned as well. We have other models of higher education today. We do not have to consider full programs as the ultimate measure of everything. Also because joint full programs are relatively rare. And we risk that this initiative does not reach that many learners, that many students. So something that we have been lobbying for heavily is to expand the principles of this initiative to other smaller units of learning. And based on our, at least tentative results, this is actually feasible. The criteria need to be modified, but maybe not even as much as you would think. So hopefully in the future, we can have an equivalent of a European degree also for these other models of learning. Now, I already mentioned the evaluation methodology, and that's something that we absolutely have to work on. So our projects have ended, but of course, the work is only starting, and the Commission has presented a path forward for European degree. In our view, one huge thing will be to develop a proper evaluation methodology, meaning the structures, tools, and mechanisms for actually applying these criteria. No one wants to overburden institutions with more evaluation. So we need to integrate this in existing procedures, probably in accreditation procedures, so that a program and hopefully an institution only gets evaluated once, so that it's simple and effective. And finally, that we do need to talk more with stakeholders and with beneficiaries about the purpose behind it, and especially about what does the European degree communicate. For example, if you hear about a graduate, they come to you with a diploma, they have a degree. It's a European degree. What do you think it means? What does it signal to you? What does it communicate to you? There are many different interpretations, some of them competing. I won't go into details now, but we need to iron that out. We need to bring it out to surface, discuss it, and have a clear communication towards and with our stakeholders and beneficiaries. So yes, that would be it.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexander, for this contribution. And there is also one more additional context in this European degree, Polish national context, because within Polish law, we have probably, we have joint studies. And this is very specific because we don't really understand what do we mean by joint studies. NAWA provided a very nice research last year about different double degrees, joint degrees models existing in Polish higher education. And this is something I cannot recognize any ministerial faces here, but this is for sure something we need to change in the future because joint studies, it's really unclear for all of us. We should set up a clear definition. What do we mean by joint qualification, joint degree, double degree, and so on and so on. And as Alexander mentioned, if Peter were here, he would probably ask you the question, are you supporter for European degree or European degree label? And this is a tricky question. Well, for sure, there are, some pros and cons for both solutions. And unfortunately, we have no time today to cover this question. So maybe we will move to the Q&A session very quickly. And who is, willing to, kick off the Q&A session?
Thank you for all the information. I have a question to Professor Kraśnicki. In your presentation, there was one point, namely more autonomy for universities regarding international cooperation. What do you mean? Where do we, as we are here to prepare the strategic document, I would like to know where you see the lack of autonomy for universities in international cooperation.
Thank you. It's not that we cannot cooperate. We can cooperate. However, if I see, for example, restrictions on diplomas, issuing a joint diploma is just a disaster. I mean, from the procedural point of view.
Yeah.
So, and Dorota perhaps would confirm that there are, say, things that are simply over-regulations.
Yeah.
And making things, the next thing is maybe not micro-credentials as such.
Yeah.
They don't exist, basically. We can deal with, say, micro-credentials complying to some extent with the Polish law, at least not violating it. but it's not, say, user-friendly approach.
Yes. So we are very creative as,
We have to be created, unnecessarily creative,
yeah.
so to say.
Yes, we are very creative and we try to find our way to implement, to put into practice micro-credentials. Professor Śniadała, maybe you could also share with us what are the plans for unis for the future? I mean, do you want to maybe deliver a provided degree, unis degree?
Yes,
Sounds really nice, unis degree.
just maybe two comments about that. First of all, it was a discussion, and because as a leader, as you said, coordinator, I used to be invited to Brussels to discuss several issues. Among them, recognition of common European diploma. And one of the person over there, he just stand up. Recognition on diploma at my university, it took more than 500 years to have really a good recognition. However, I agree that European diploma should have some added value to the normal, let's say, current diploma, which is, for example, that it's a proof that the students work with the international team. It's a proof that students physically visited other places. It's a proof that students knows how to act, how to behave in a really diversity in terms of culture and all other things. So, of course, I hope that unis will issue European diploma, and in fact, it means that our students we have additional skills which give this something on top of a regular one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes, please go ahead.
FERS IROS Forum. Professor Kraśniewski, thank you very much for saying that NAVA is appreciated and well known in other European countries. That's a benefit for all of us. It is Polish taxpayers' money who support it, which I am glad that they are well spent money. Now, getting to my question, as Professor Piotrowska says, not exactly the words, but more or less, we have a chance of having a degree, not only with formal way, but also with micro-credentials. It's a little bit paraphrased, but I think I understood you well, Dorota. So having the optimistic view in mind, sailing with the NAVA, which is the realistic time we could have a full degree got with micro-credentials? That's one question. And as realistic one, in which phase are we now? Andrea more or less answered it, as also the lady from Germany, I forgot your name, Andrea. Yeah. And we have more or less 120 ECTS for the full course. And as it was told later, maximum 50, 60 ECTS could be done with micro-credentials. So what is the view and what is the real state? And third question, is it really realistic in the future that we could have the full course with micro-credentials only?
I hope so. I hope so.
But what about the medicine technical?
Yeah, well, the first regulated studies or regulated programs are a bit different. Just quickly answering, thank you very much for that question. Quickly answering your question, according to the definition adopted by our law, it is already possible, right? Because I show you on my slide that qualification means that this is just an assessment and validation. The problem is, well, please raise your hand if you agree with me. Many years ago, all senates in Polish higher education had to approve a very important resolution on validation of non-formal and informal learning. But the problem is it doesn't work. Okay, we don't use it. And I do hope in the coming years and months, we will make our higher education more open, more flexible to informal and non-formal learning, and not only focusing on providing education, but also validating competences achieved through non-formal, informal learning. Because definition of a degree, definition of qualification says it is possible. It is we are allowed to provide such a degree. The problem is also, it's not a problem because as far as I know, our Polish accreditation committee is now starting some new works in this topic. And Jakub Burtulak told me that they would like to also focus on this new approach based on micro-credentials. So I do hope in the future, near future, it will be possible to collect and to make our higher education more flexible. So learners should be able to collect some achievements and combine them in larger and larger, increasingly larger qualification, and one day they can get in flexible way some full degrees. So one learner will get it in 2 years, the second learner will get it in 3 years or 4 years. So this is the real flexibility, and I do hope it will make higher education more inclusive, more open to different learning needs. Maybe the very last question, very short one. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Shaka Ambassador of Rwanda in Poland. Mine is very short. It can be a comment or a question, whatever. So last year, EU designed or approved a program towards Africa, a big one. So now I'm seeing here international programs for education. And a question struck me. Most of the debates is around intra-Europe cooperation, which is absolutely meaningful. But is there a possibility for a robust program, especially on academic exchange of education, internationalization, North, South, Europe, let's say Africa, because that's where my interest is mainly, but it can be looked at from Asian and South American perspective. One might look at it as internationalization out of your borders, but another way of looking at it is also a kind of knowledge export towards, I think, Africa, which is the continent which is to some extent very close to yours. Is there such a reflection or such a possibility, such a strategy towards the continent in this particular field?
Yes, I think all is possible. As I mentioned, NAVA just announced some new calls, open not only to European countries, but also non-overseas partnerships. So we can use Catamaran, you can see Spinnaker, some other programs that are available, and also cooperation partnerships. And within our national agency Erasmus Plus program, cooperation partnership, strategic partnership within NAVA. All is possible. Just let us know, and we will do our best to organize such a maybe strategic partnership project. I'm afraid our time is running. We are running out of time. So thank you very much. Please join me in applauding our great experts. Thank you once again. It was extremely intensive. So sorry, we were very in a hurry. Thank you very much for being with us and taking your time.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Jesteśmy przekonani, że ta dyskusja przeniesie się za chwilę do kuluarów.
Thank you very much. We are convinced that this discussion will move at least partially behind the scenes.
Po przerwie obiadowej będziemy kontynuować sesje równoległe tutaj w audytorium imienia Kieturakisa i w małej sali na 3. piętrze.
After the lunch break, we will continue parallel sessions in the Keturakis auditorium and also in the small room on the 3rd floor.
Bardzo prosimy o punktualne przybycie.
We kindly ask you to be there on time.
I zapraszamy Państwa wszystkich na obiad, który będzie serwowany na 1. piętrze.
And now we invite you for lunch, which will be served on the 1st floor. Thank you.
ucudownienia, nie brakuje pytań o to, z których trendów światowych powinniśmy czerpać inspirację w pierwszej kolejności.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the discussion about internationalization strategy, there are many questions about which global trends we should draw inspiration from first.
Już za chwilę usłyszą Państwo przegląd najciekawszych zjawisk z całego świata. Od perspektywy Banku Światowego, poprzez politykę prowadzoną przez Wielką Brytanię i spojrzenie niemieckie, a skończywszy na perspektywie instytucji doradczej działającej w obszarze szkolnictwa wyższego w Europie.
In a moment, you will hear an overview of the most interesting phenomena from around the world, from the perspective of the World Bank, through the policy pursued by Great Britain and the German approach, ending with the perspective of an advisory institution operating in the field of higher education in Europe.
Gospodarzem tej części programu będzie dr Zofia Sawicka, wicedyrektor Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej, która przedstawi swoich gości, a następnie po wygłoszonych prezentacjach zaprosi ich do wspólnej dyskusji w języku angielskim.
The host of this part of the program will be Dr. Zofia Sawicka, Deputy Director General of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, who will introduce her guests and then, after the introductions, invite them to a joint discussion in English.
Zapraszamy do wysłuchania dyskusji.
Madam Director, you are invited to come on stage.
Good afternoon. It's really nice to have you all here. And usually the chairs of the after lunch sessions are afraid of the sleeping audience in